realize that my Democrat colleagues are facing pressure from members of their far-left base, but they're playing a losing game here.
Republican Senate Leader John Thune plans another vote on this, the third day of the shutdown, trying to provide short-term funding.
We'll see if the Democrats hold firm against it, despite the president suggesting he'll use the shutdown as a roadmap to make big cuts. Bipartisan Senate negotiations continue off stage. Senators want to fund the government, but Democrats also want to extend Obamacare subsidies. Democrats are denying GOP claims that they want to give free health care to migrants who are in the country illegally.
Fox's Madeline Rivera. Many federal employees remain off the job. Those deemed essential keep working but won't get paid till there's funding. And the shutdown also puts on hold economic reports. So we won't get the September jobs and unemployment update that had been due to come out this morning. Russia is warning the U.S. about continued support for Ukraine in the war, as President Trump's attempts to get leaders of both countries to hold talks together stalls. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt tells Fox.
The president has made it very clear that we are going to continue to sell weapons to NATO so NATO can provide those weapons to Ukraine.
Russian President Vladimir Putin says if the U.S. sends Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine, it'll be a new stage of escalation. Now to another area of concern. The president has sent Congress a memo about off the coast of Venezuela.
The Trump administration says it's in a non-international armed conflict with drug cartels, which have now been designated as terrorist organizations. The memo cites a September 15th strike on a ship in the Caribbean accused of trafficking drugs, claiming it could eventually, quote, kill Americans.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz. It's a very different Friday for two music stars. While Taylor Swift's new album comes out, Sean Diddy Combs will be sentenced in New York for prostitution-related convictions, prosecutors pushing for 11 years in prison. America's listening to Fox News.
Stay on top of the latest forecast with America's Weather Team in the palm of your hands.
Here's the latest from America's Weather Center.
It's Fox weather updates throughout your busy day, every day.
That heat's going to be out there for one more day.
Temperatures being 30 degrees above average.
Put the power of over 100 meteorologists and the worldwide resources of Fox in your hands with the Fox Weather Podcast. Precise, personal, powerful. Subscribe and listen now at foxnewspodcasts.com. Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The voices America trusts. Download it now.
Days after Secretary of War Pete Hegseth addressed hundreds of military commanders flown in from around the world, detailing his focus on war fighting and increased training standards. An update on new recruits.
The Marines recently announcing what several other branches of the military did back in summer. They've hit their recruitment goals for the year. That's a change from previous years when they didn't meet it because of several reasons, including the pandemic, tough job markets, and many young Americans not being able to meet academic and fitness standards. Data given to the Associated Press shows the Marines recruited more than 30,000 active duty and reserve enlisted Marines, as well as recruiting nearly 1,800 active duty and reserve officers. The Army, Navy, and Air Force announced earlier this year that they had met their recruiting goals, all ahead of schedule. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
On Wall Street, stock futures are rising the day after the Dow, the NASDAQ, and the S&P 500 all closed at record highs. In the baseball playoffs, 3 teams are out, 3 advance. Detroit knocked out Cleveland 6-3. The Chicago Cubs eliminated San Diego 3-1. Then last night in New York,
Cam Schlittler put on a show in the Bronx.
And Story, a one-pitch grounder to Volpe. 7 pitches to get through the 8th.
That was courtesy of ESPN as the Yankees shut out the Red Sox 4-0 to end Boston's season, and New York advances to face the Blue Jays in the American League Division Series. Schlittler went 8 scoreless innings, allowing 5 hits and striking out 12 batters, the most ever for a Yankees pitcher in his postseason debut.
That's Fox's Joe Morgan on Thursday Night Football, an overtime thriller.
Short drop over the middle, wide open. Touchdown. What an opening drive.
The 49ers started the game with that touchdown on Amazon Prime Video and then ended it, stopping the Rams on a 4th down and OT. San Francisco beat Los Angeles 26-23 to kick off Week 5 of the NFL season. I'm Dave Anthony. This is Fox News.
Hey, I'm Steve Wyatt, and I want to invite you to the Wyatt Matters Show, which airs every Sunday on this station. You can expect lively discussion and heartfelt reflection that will both entertain and inspire you. And if we do it right, maybe deliver some genuine laughter as well. We talk about not only what matters, but also why it matters.
Wyatt Matters, Sunday morning at 6 on AM 560. The Answer.
Jenny McGuire is the fresh, bold, unapologetic voice of common sense, constitutional values, and conservative principles. With her sharp wit, she'll tackle the issues that matter most: faith, family, and freedom. Join her and featured guests each week on the Unsafe Space radio show, heard Saturday evening at 7 right here on AM 560 The Answer. And follow Jenny on Facebook at The Unsafe Space with Jenny McGuire.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Did you know that AM 560 Radio has a full-service digital marketing division called Salem Surround? If you're a business decision maker, listen up. AM 560 listeners are everywhere your potential audience is. So are our incredible targeting capabilities. We localize digital marketing and put it within reach of every business, small and large, in Chicagoland and beyond. Salem Surround offers AI-powered marketing solutions that reach your ideal audience. Whether or not you tap into the proven live, local, and emotional connection that AM 560 Radio brings, Salem Surround offers a total marketing solution to our partners. All-in-one digital solutions that provide targeted local digital and social media ads, Google AdWords management, website services, video strategy, search optimization, and even a management dashboard to offer you total campaign updates and transparency. Your Salem Surround representative is located right here in Chicago. Experience the Salem Surround digital revolution today. Call 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
Did you know a will alone does not keep your family out of court when you die? The court still has to approve your will, but get a living trust, and your estate can be settled clearly without issue. Talk to the attorneys at Naumann & Associates. They prepare wills and trusts for a flat fee, no surprises, no hourly rate. With decades of experience, they know the law and offer a free consultation. Contact Naumann & Associates in Elk Grove Village, nalawgroup.com. Call 847-593-8777.
Catch more money with leading economist Steve Moore.
I'm excited about America. I think things are going really well. I think we've turned a corner here. I think Biden economics is well behind us now. This is a miracle what's going on here. If anything, it's better than I thought it would be. So many good things can happen in the economy. Low inflation, low unemployment rate, consumer confidence up, business confidence up. All of the indicators are pointing north right now.
It's More Money, Saturday at 3 on AM 560. The Answer.
It's October 3rd, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is Techies Day. First established in 1998 by Techies.com with support from CNET Networks. In case you're wondering, a techie is an individual who's deeply interested in technology and seeing it move forward. O.J. Simpson acquitted of double murder in 1995. A jury's decision found the Pro Football Hall of Famer not guilty of killing his estranged wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, and her friend, Ronald Goldman, the year before. On this day in 1864, Rebecca Lee Crumpler became the first African-American woman to graduate from medical school. To give some perspective, in 1860, there were only 300 women out of 54,543 positions in the United States. None of them were African-American. And as of late 1920, there were only 65 African-American women doctors in the United States. Born on this day, singer-songwriter Gwen Stefani. I'm CJ Papa. That's your Fox Daily Snapshot.
Hi, Dan Proft here. Data shows that boys make up more than 1/3 of those exploited in the sex trade. However, there are virtually no services available to male victims and survivors of trafficking and exploitation. They are often overlooked, ignored, and left without support. For 35 years, Emmaus has been on the front lines of an issue most of us can hardly imagine, helping men and boys in Chicago escape the nightmare of human trafficking and rebuild their lives. On Friday, November 1st, you're invited to attend an unforgettable evening at the Emmaus 35th Anniversary Gala at Fisherman's Inn in Elburn, Illinois. Together, they'll celebrate faith, freedom, and restoration with a beautifully catered dinner, an inspiring program, and a silent auction, all to support the mission of rescuing and restoring survivors. This is your chance to do something that truly matters. Reserve your seat today, or if you can't attend, make a life-changing donation at streets.org. That's streets.org. Emmaus is restoring lives. Let's help them keep going. Visit streets.org.
Are you tired of exposing your retirement to stock market risk? How would you like the potential to participate in credited interest from market indexed returns and limit the downside? Join Mark Kohler for the Retirement and Income Radio Show, Sunday afternoons at 3. You can also call Mark now for your complimentary customized Retirement and Income Kit and Retirement and Income Book at 844-619-SAFE. Mark Kohler, protecting wealth since 1990. That's 844-619-7233.
Making the switch to a new communications and IT company may seem like a big ordeal, but if you're not getting the reliable support, consistent internet, and secure solutions your company needs, meet Access One, your local Chicagoland IT experts. Access One has been powering Chicago businesses with secure, reliable IT solutions for over 30 years from our headquarters right here in the West Loop. Whether it's VoIP phones, dedicated internet, managed cybersecurity, cloud backups, or 24/7 support, Access One is here for you. Serving thousands of companies from Naperville to the North Shore, Access One is Chicago-owned and Chicago-run, a trusted IT partner for law firms, clinics, tech startups to manufacturers. We'll make the switch easier than you think. Let's talk. Call 800-804-8333 or visit accessoneinc.com. Rated top 5% in customer satisfaction and a Better Business Bureau A+ rated business. That's accessoneinc.com. Tech made personal locally.
It was a typical day. You were doing the usual, but then you met up with a friend at Weinstock Market and Lounge in Woodstock. Wow! The small-town charm and turn-of-the-century building set the tone for a classic outing. Their charcuterie pleased your palate like you never imagined. The Chicago beef sandwich made your taste buds dance. And the hand-selected wines from small vineyards around the world, so perfect. All paired with amazing live music. Weinstock Market and Lounge changes your day from ordinary to extraordinary.
Weinstock Market and Lounge, voted McHenry County's best wine shop and best of Fox 2 years in a row. Open Tuesday through Saturday, 3 p.m. till 11 p.m. Live music on weekends. Open mic nights on Tuesdays. Enjoy the fresh baked pizza and Chicago beef sandwiches. Wine favorites from Italy, New Zealand, France, and California. And a full menu of handcrafted cocktails. Plan a trip to Weinstock Market and Lounge on the square in downtown Woodstock. Mention AM 560 and receive 10% off any purchase.
When the power goes out, life stops. Heat, AC, fridge, phones, all gone. But with a Generac home standby generator from True Power Generator Service, your home powers back on automatically, so you're never left in the dark. Book your consultation today at TruePowerGenerator.com. That's TruePowerGenerator.com. Plus, 560 listeners get a free 10-year extended warranty. Terms and conditions apply. Call for details. True Power Generator Service and Generac. It's not just a generator, it's a power move.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today will be very warm, nearing the record of 91 from 1954 with plenty of sunshine. Drought conditions continue. Expect a high of 89. Tonight stays clear and warm with a low of 67. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or at newnordicusa.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer. Chris Kroc filling in for Dan Proft. Dan is back on Monday. In the meantime, you and I get to hang out, which I love doing with you always. So the shutdown. Well, let's have a little fun, huh? The sombrero shutdown magic. Are you wearing your sombrero this morning? Esta mañana, por favor. Are you enjoying the Schumer shutdown, eh? We are in the middle of the Schumer shutdown, eh? All right. Thank you. We'll put this the mariachi band on hold. Some beautiful Mexican music right there, and I'm enjoying the mariachi magic on the shutdown. I got to play for you a whole bunch of things. First of all, I love seeing Charlie Kirk's show yesterday. They had the guys all wearing sombreros. They were cheap sombreros, but nonetheless, they were sombreros. Let's start out with fake news CNN. We're going to do a whole bunch of fake news CNN right now. I want to first start out with this. One of my favorite things is these government employees who have been who aren't getting paid or have been sent home are whining. They are whining because their emails have been changed. They set their own little email. I'm not here. I'll be back after the furlough or after the shutdown. But now they're finding that their emails have been changed by the Trump administration to say that the Democrats shut the government down, so I can't work. And they're whining.
Stop whining.
They're whining and they're whining and they're whining. Here we go. This is so awesome. Here we go. This is some fake news CNN reporter along with the fake news CNN anchor.
Now, these workers at the department, they were originally instructed by the department to send out something of a generic email that would be sent automatically while they were on furlough during the shutdown. It was very typical. A worker told me of many past emails that were sent out during the shutdown. But what is actually being sent here is important. What is actually being sent from their email address is something entirely different from what these workers set up on their own email accounts. And I'll show you just a bit of what this message says. In part, it is the very partisan message that calls out and blames Senate Democrats for the shutdown.
This is so awesome. You're going to hear this. The government employees left their own little personal reply message, but then the Trump administration changes it back. So they go online, they log in, and they change their email reply or out of the office email back to what they wanted it to, and it gets changed again by the Trump administration.
Saying the House of Representatives passed a clean continuing resolution. Unfortunately, Democrat senators are blocking passage of H.R. 5371 in the Senate, which has led to a lapse in appropriations. Now, we've seen this language come from other agencies during this shutdown, suggesting to their workers to send similar out-of-office emails. But what's different here at the Department of Education, John, is that employees did not give their consent and that this was done without their knowledge. And I had one...
You change my out-of-office email without my consent? And you're my employer? How dare you?
Tell me today that they actually went back into their email, changed their out-of-office message twice, and it was reverted back and overridden by this actual partisan messages.
They put their email back to what they wanted to say. I'm out of the office. I have to be out of the office right now. And then it gets changed back to, I'll read you the thing that says, thank you for contacting me. The House of Representatives passed H.R. 531, a clean continuing resolution. Unfortunately, Democrat senators are blocking passage of it in the Senate, which has led to a lapse in appropriations. Due to the lapse of appropriations, I'm currently on furlough status. I'll respond once I get back and functions resume. And these deep state turds are angry, and they keep changing my emails. I keep changing my email replies, and it's still going back to this Trump reply. I love how they're outraged that their work email is being changed by their employer, as if they have any freaking say about what their return email will say, because they are not their own boss. If you don't like it, don't work for the government. Let me continue on here. This is from NBC 5 in Chicago, of course. It says Education Department employees emails automatically change to blame Democrats for shutdown. Well, it's true. None of us consented to this, says one. It's written in the first person as if I'm the one conveying this message, and I'm not. I don't agree with it. Well, then quit. Quit. Leave. They went on and manipulated my out-of-office replies, says another. These are the losers. There's a loser we're going to talk about coming up in a little bit that was busted in Chicago for smearing dog feces on a guy who has he's got a Tesla Cybertruck, and it's wrapped in Trump logos and American flag and Trump's signature on the back, emblazoned on the back of his Tesla. And some crazy leftist turd nut job smeared her dog's crap all over it, and she got busted. We're going to get into that coming up next. Channel 32 WFLD reported on it. But these are the kind of people like this lady over here that are freaking out about their freaking email. Who gives a frog's fat you-know-what? Do you give a frog's fat you-know-what about your email, what it says when you're out of town? The last thing I do is check my email. I'm off. And if I'm furloughed, I'm really not going to check my email. These people are nuts. So you know what we're doing? We are having so much fun, aren't we? We're having so much fun. We're having fun. Yes. Shut down sombrero magic, as they say, something like that. Okay, now, I want to also get into some other fun stuff here. We have, what else do we have from Fake News CNN? Here we go. Speaker Johnson was speaking, and he was telling folks why the shutdown's happening and such, and he was laying out the facts, and Fake News CNN comes in, cuts off his press conference, right when he was explaining how the Democrats did vote down the continuing resolution because they want health care for illegal immigrants, and Fake News CNN comes in, cuts him off, and fact-checks him, to which the speaker replies on his Twitter feed, they are not a real news organization. They won't even let me say our position. Hold on, I got to stop my little mariachi band. They're getting in my way. Here we go. I'll try this over again.
The Working Families Tax Code included a huge provision. A big chunk of that bill was the health provisions. Now, why are we saying that they want to restore taxpayer-funded benefits to illegal aliens? Because that's exactly what they did. When they rejected the clean CR that we sent over, the Senate Democrats.
All right, we're listening here to Speaker Johnson. He's trying to frame the shutdown as a Democratic shutdown. He also falsely claimed that Democrats want to give extend health care to illegal immigrants. That is not true. Illegal immigrants are not eligible for federal health care programs.
Oh, yes, they are. Maybe you should listen to a guy that was on one of the CNN panels last night who's a Republican.
So here's the CMS, the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Services, right here with their press release earlier this year saying they were having to increase their oversight on states like California who were abusing Medicaid and classifying it as an EUSA, an emergency system, when it wasn't. You've got the average state spends 5% of its Medicaid roughly on emergency services. California, 35 to 40%. Why would that be? Because California passed a state law that says we will fund Medicaid for illegals, and then, oh, by the way, we'll raise our provider taxes, and then, oh, by the way, we'll use that as a match to draw down federal funds. And they're using this whole cavitation process.
An accounting trick to put it on the taxpayer.
Money is fungible, and California's loophole is abusing it.
There you go. My buddy Eric Erickson writes it this way. When a person goes to the ER, the hospital treats the person. That includes citizens, tourists, and illegal aliens. Who pays for it if they cannot pay? Most often state governments. Democrats want the feds to cover those ER costs to help their sanctuary cities and their sanctuary states. They want you to pay for them. I don't want to pay for illegals. Do you? And yes, it is $200 billion a year. And the Democrats even admit themselves that that's what's going on here. Ro Khanna, for example, he admits it. Where's Ro? There he is. There you go.
In terms of health care, the reality is they're just not being honest. The amount of money that actually is going towards people who are undocumented is such a small portion of the Medicaid cuts or the Affordable Care Act.
It's a small portion,
if at all.
It's a small portion.
Senator, I'd be interested to know what you say to your colleague in the House, Jared Golden, a Democrat from Maine. He says that this government...
Wrong one. I wanted to play this one.
Raise your hand if your government plan would provide coverage for undocumented immigrants.
That's 10 of the Democrat candidates for president in the last election, and almost all of them are now senators or have been senators for the Democrats that voted to shut the government down. They all wanted and said they would do health care for illegals. This is their platform. This is what they want to do. In fact, here's another Democrat congressman. This is Adam Smith. Here's what he says.
Their argument about the undocumented population is a tiny little portion of a larger argument.
Oh, yes, it's a tiny portion, but it's there. And you wanted to shut the government down for those illegals. Now, the other thing that's very important, I'm sure Dan's laid this out for you, but the other thing that's very, very important is that there are subsidies, Obamacare subsidies. And the Democrats literally shut the government down also because they want these Obamacare subsidies that Joe Biden pushed in under COVID. And these subsidies literally will give you subsidized Obamacare health care, even if you make up to 600% above the poverty line. Here's what I can tell you. 600% above the poverty line. I'll give you some examples. This is what's stunning and sickening. I just spent the last several days filling in for a talk show in Phoenix, and I could not stop saying this one enough. For example, in the state of Arizona, a family of four making $600,000. A family of four making $600,000 is getting Obamacare subsidies. This is what the Democrats are fighting for. Obamacare subsidies. It's depending on where you're at. Some are 400% above the poverty level. Some are 500. Some are 600% above the poverty level. If you are a married couple in West Virginia making $580,000, can you imagine making $580,000 in West Virginia? That'd be like making, I'd say, $250,000 to $1 million in Chicago. They get subsidized. A married couple making $580,000 in West Virginia. A single individual in Vermont making $180,000 qualifies for subsidies. They are having you pay for people who have a lot more money than the average American. You're paying for their health care. Another major thing you must know is this, and that is that the level of people who have health care through their employer, this is from the Wall Street Journal, a BLS survey, Bureau of Labor Statistics survey, says that employer-sponsored benefits, the share of workers with access to medical benefits went from 71% of Americans in 2019 to 74%. So we have increased to 3/4 of every American can get health care through their working American gets health care through their work plan, their work medical care. Yet, even though insurance coverage has increased by 3% over the past 6 years through your employer, the share of workers who participate in employer medical plans has fallen from 65%, has fallen to 65% from 73%. So it literally has dropped 9%, even though employers have gone up 4%. The reason is because people are abandoning their employer-sponsored health care plans to go on Obamacare, and that's what the Democrats want, and that's why they want to subsidize this, because they want they want everybody on health care. They want the universal health care through government-paid insurance. That's exactly what they want. That's the fraud, that's the lie, and that's what the government shutdown is for. And we need to hold out for as long as possible. And we're going to talk to a guy coming up at, let's see, lots of folks coming on today. 8 o'clock, we're going to talk to a guy about the sombrero shutdown and why we must milk this shutdown that the Democrats chose for all it is worth. In fact, we have 2 to 3 appropriations bills already ready to go in the tank, and that we should be passing these appropriations bills and passing the budget and let this crap fester and pass what we can without them and bring them to their knees, because they pulled the trigger on this for no reason other than to give people free health care, to give wealthy people free health care or subsidized health care, and to give health care to illegal migrants, illegals. That's what I'm talking about. Well, I guess it's time for me to take a little time out, so let's do that. This is Chris Kroc, by the way. Everything I'm talking about, everything I'm playing as I fill in for Dan Propp this morning on Chicago's Morning Answer, is on my Twitter feed at Chris Kroc Show. That's at Chris Kroc Show, ChrisKrok. Let's get some news on Chicago's Morning Answer, AM 560, The Answer, from Stace Keene.
Good morning. It's 66 degrees in Chicago on AM 560, The Answer. I'm Stace Keene in the AM 560 newsroom. The number of immigration arrests continue to climb in Chicago. Fox's Jeff Manasso reports.
ICE agents here in Chicago say Operation Midway Blitz has led to hundreds of arrests as part of mass deportation efforts, including the latest detainment outside a homeless shelter on the city's south side Wednesday in what a shelter spokesperson described as an ambush.
It was about 30 to 35 masked agents in the streets all over the place. You saw chaos, and they just completely caught everybody off guard.
That as the city and state continues refusing to work with ICE, as the Department of Homeland Security also continues targeting what it calls the worst of the worst criminals here in the country illegally. In Chicago, Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Larry Elder is not seeing any changes.
Aside from Doug Schoen, the Democrat pollster, and John Fetterman, I've not heard a major voice in the Democratic Party say, we got to stop referring to Trump and his followers as fascists, as Nazis, a tyrant, and a Hitler. We got to stop doing that.
The Larry Elder Show, weeknights at 8, right before Sean Hannity at 10 on AM 560. The Answer.
Can you read this email for me?
Of course. Jeez, I wish they could do something for your eyesight.
Me too. But you heard what they said. There's nothing we can do.
When vision loss can't be corrected with glasses or surgery and hope seems lost, turn to Spectrios Institute for Low Vision. Spectrios doctors specialize in the treatment of vision loss related to eye diseases such as macular degeneration, glaucoma, and diabetic retinopathy. There is hope, supported by science with personalized rehabilitation plans, occupational therapies, and access technology at Spectrios. Talk to a patient service manager. They'll walk you through the program. Spectrios takes BCBS and Medicare insurance. They also have grants for qualifying patients and offer a Seeing is Believing children's outreach program. Go to spectrios.org, located in Wheaton in a building that says it all, the House of Hope. That's SPECTRIOS.org. Spectrios Institute, the head, heart, and eyes approach to better vision. Remember to keep Spectrios Institute, a 501c, in your estate or legacy planning.
Hi, I'm Ken Mariotti, owner of Woodland Windows and Doors, a third-generation family-owned business since 1969. We know you're bombarded by choices when shopping for new windows or doors, so we're inviting you to experience the Woodland difference. For decades, we have been transforming living spaces with Marvin Windows, a fifth-generation family business. Marvin replacement windows have been known to increase the warmth of your cold rooms by 10 degrees. Think about that, 10 degrees warmer. When you welcome Woodland into your home, you will get a product expert to transform your living spaces, full-time, dedicated professional installers that you can trust in your home, along with the best products like Marvin. These are the reasons we're proud of our 5-star reviews and family legacy. No gimmicks, no pressure, and upfront pricing are why Woodland Windows and Doors is your trusted window and door expert in Chicagoland. Visit woodlandwindows.com to book your free in-home expert consultation. That's woodlandwindows.com, or stop by our showroom at the corner of Lake and Geary in Roselle.
Hey, it's Scott Tucker and my new co-host,
Amy Jacobson,
on AM 560. We wanted you to know that we have a special show every Sunday morning at 7 a.m. here on AM 560, The Answer. It is a Retirement Decoded with Scott Tucker and
Amy Jacobson.
It's every Sunday morning from 7 to 9 a.m. 2-hour show, 2-hour radio extravaganza. Amy, we're going to tantalize the listening public and the listening private with all kinds of retirement planning information. So tune in at AM 560 Sunday mornings at 7 a.m.
Want to see if you could pay less in taxes? Try the quick and easy tax calculator at willsave.com. Yes, a free tax calculator. That's WILSAVE.com. Calculate how you could keep more of your hard-earned money and give less to Uncle Sam, especially in retirement. Get your free tax analysis today at willsave.com. And don't forget to tune in to Protecting Your Assets with Steve Shyman every Saturday morning at 8, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Today will be very warm, nearing the record of 91 from 1954 with plenty of sunshine. Drought conditions continue. Expect a high of 89 tonight. Stays clear and warm with a low of 67. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Alpha Wealth Group, bringing the trilogy of estate, tax, and investment planning together. Visit alphawealthgroup.com for a free report.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
They talked about the provisions, and it's right here, subtitle E, and this has to do with the repeal of health care. What you support does bring back funding for emergency Medicaid to hospitals, some of which does pay for undocumented immigrants. Why even include that in a bill, knowing that they're going to seize right upon that?
It's a good question. Oops. They look so surprised when even fake news CNN sometimes asks some questions. Coming up in a few, I'm going to get into some fun stuff. I'm like a Cheshire grinning cat when I see that the Chicago Tribune and all the Democrats who voted for the shutdown, like Tammy Duckworth, whine and moan about all their new green scam stuff shut down. Oh, it's so fun to read them and watch them whine and complain for the shutdown they caused. We also will take your call at 312-642-5600. It's Chris Kroc in for Dan Proft. He is back on Monday on AM 560, The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer. Let's talk to Craig. Craig, you are in Mount Greenwood. You are on, if I hit the right button here, let's see, there you go. You are on AM 560, The Answer. Chris in for Dan. Hello.
Hey, good morning, Chris.
Good morning,
I always enjoy listening to you when you come in there. You were in there a lot of times with Amy and that, and that was always very good when you guys team up and everything. Very good team.
Thank you.
Hey, what I want to say, I couldn't agree with you more, brother. This is the opportunity of a lifetime for Trump here. All the talk over the years about draining the swamp and everything. This guy ought to be working overtime. He's got to get them Doge boys back in there. Clean up this swamp. He ought to just he's got to get rid of tons of all this, because the government is so loaded with all of these people, like you're talking about, crybabies who don't work or don't do anything. They come in there. They're people that basically are against conservatives and Christians and everything. They're all in there. People that are basically just stealing our money and having a good old time. And then, you change their voicemail or something like that. Oh, they're crying.
Who in God's name gives a frog's fat you-know-what when they're furloughed? What the hell their email replies as?
Spoiled little brats, little leftist rats that basically they don't know what life is or don't know what it means to go work a day's work.
Who goes back in and changes their email reply, out-of-office reply, twice after it keeps going back to what the Trump administration wants because that's their boss, and then goes to CNN and complains about it? Who are these people? They need to get a life, and I couldn't be happier watching them squirm and be angry for the shutdown that they voted for. I appreciate your call, sir. Let's go to George in my parents' old hometown in Naperville. Hello, George. You are on AM 560, The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer. Chris Kroc in for Dan. Hey.
Good morning, Chris. Why don't the government employees that are so upset about their emails being changed get rid of them by using bleach like Hillary did?
Bleach bit. Why don't they take a hammer to their hard drive? That was good, George. I appreciate your call, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. That was a nice little Friday morning laugh. Lines wide open at 312-642-5600, 312-642-5600. Here we go. This is great. Trump cancels $583 million in energy projects for Illinois, one of many blue states affected. Here they go. They're whining, and they're whining. First of all, New York just found out that, New York got $12 billion New York spent in fiscal year 2025 on illegal health care, for example, $8.5 billion in California on illegal health care for fiscal year 2025. But let me go on here. As far as the green stuff, you saw like all these millions and billions, I should say billions of dollars being cut all over the country for new green scams stuff. Now, this is great, though. I love this because Tammy Duckworth voted for the shutdown. She was one of her and Durbin, of course, voted for the shutdown. And now she comes forward in the Chicago Tribune article today complaining. President Trump cancels $583 million energy project for Illinois. Here we go. Senator Tammy Duckworth. There is no legal justification whatsoever. Yes, it's the Democrat shutdown. It's the one that you voted for. Yes, there is legal justification. You made it possible, Tammy. Wow. And now you're acting like a victim. You're a perfect Democrat. You're playing the part so perfectly. I'm enjoying it. Put a sombrero on your head and dance around. Have fun. She says this abrupt cancellation. I love this righteous. You can just channel her righteous, her self-righteous, fake indignation. Like what's his name? What's his mustachioed, sombrero wearing Hakeem Jeffries. This abrupt cancellation not only jeopardizes local and regional economic growth. These projects did not adequately advance. Trump said these projects didn't adequately advance the nation's energy needs, which is exactly right. $400 million, for example, of the $585 million canceled in Illinois for green energy garbage. $400 million for carbon capture technology of methane emissions. How much you want to bet this is like putting a cover around cows' butts to catch the farting? I don't know, but I don't care. One top-ranking Illinois State Senate member says it's a mistake. Democrat State Senator Bill Cunningham of Chicago. No, it's not a mistake. Well, if it is, you guys voted for it. So this is what you wanted. What are you not happy with what you guys did? Now I'm going to tell you something else, and this is something that is alarming. And we're going to talk to our guest coming up at 8:08 about it, columnist Scott McKay, because he talks about the sombrero shutdown strategies and all this kind of stuff, which I love. And how we need to milk this, but I have this article from the Wall Street Journal that is terribly alarming, and if you can watch us if you're watching us on the YouTube feed for Chicago's Morning Answer, you can see this on camera. I'm holding it up. This is from the Wall Street Journal. It says, Trump White House, listen to this, Trump White House senses political risk on health care despite government shutdown bravado. Trump's team is concerned Republicans are going to be blamed for allowing health care subsidies to expire, increasing costs for millions. Ending subsidies would raise premiums for over 20 million people. White House aides are discussing proposals to extend Affordable Care Act, Obamacare subsidies, but Trump hasn't made a decision. Republicans say they're going to only hold negotiations on this with Democrats after the government's reopened. Let me tell you something. If we come and negotiate on Obamacare subsidies as any part of reopening this shutdown, that is insanity to me. And we have tremendous leverage. And I love what I keep mentioning our guest coming up at 8:08, his column, Scott McKay, about this, because we need, as he says, some time to deliver these benefits. What that means is we need to use this. We did not call this shutdown. They did. So milk it for everything it's worth. There's several appropriations that are already on the table to be voted through in Congress. Some of them have already passed the House. Some have passed the Senate, I believe. Well, I think they've passed the House first. But the point is, if we pull this crap and are worried about subsidies, that's insanity. Absolutely not. No way. Do not do that. That'll really, really, really make me mad. We did nothing wrong with the shutdown. We didn't ask for anything. We wanted continuing resolution, and they're the ones who made this happen so they can sit and in their swill. Oh, here's something else. The green energy things. This is the other article I wanted to share with you. This is from the Sun-Times. The insanely leftist Sun-Times. I read it so you don't have to. Trump pulls the plug on expanding solar program that cuts Illinois electric bills. Oh, here we go. By the way, if you ever, and maybe you have solar panels, and if you do and you love them, God bless you, that's your thing, but not me ever. Never. Couple of things. I had a very good friend of mine who was building this dream house with his wife, and he asked me, he said, Chris, do you think we should get solar panels on our dream home? I said, no. He said, why? I said, because, first of all the solar panels are made in China. There is a very serious issue with the possibility of the Chinese being able to hack into these things. I'm not kidding. They run on with software, too. And they can hack them. They can make them blow up. They can do all sorts of things with them. But the other thing is, those panels, after 25 years, the LA Times, because obviously California is way ahead of everybody else on having solar panels for years and years and years, the LA Times wrote a whole piece about it a year or two ago and said that after 25 years, when they start expiring, the solar panels, where do they go? Well, this has been happening in Los Angeles and California for a while, and they go in the ground. And what happens to them? A lot of them are now believed to possibly be causing leached heavy metals into possibly the drinking water. Isn't that great? Where can I sign up to have solar panels that are made in China put on my house that could be hacked by China that in 25 years will be useless, and I'll have to buy another solar panel from the Chinese, Chicoms, if they're not already taking us over in our masters and everything like that. And where can I sign up for that and then help leach heavy metals possibly into our drinking water, into our groundwater? I should say groundwater, not drinking water. How's that sound? That sound like a good plan? So here comes this guy. They interview a guy who's got 23 solar panels installed, and, he's saving all this money. He says, they say in this Sun-Times article, state officials were counting on more than $130 million in federal funding to expand rooftop solar and related programs for low-income residents. Yes, get me some made-in-China solar panels on my house. At a time when electrical bills are soaring for Illinois residents. Gee, I wonder why our electricity rates are soaring in Illinois. Gee, I wonder, could it be possibly that we're decommissioning natural gas and coal-fired power plants and making more BS green crap like the windmills I see as I drive up from, I live in Dallas-Fort Worth, even though I'm a Chicago native. When I drive back up 2-3 times a year to go to Chicago and I see those massive windmill blights around Bloomington Normal, could it be that those things and solar panels are not? Well, I know what the story is. We are replacing natural gas, coal-fired plants, and nuclear with solar and wind. And if you recall, 2-3 years ago in the state of Texas, we almost had a total and complete grid collapse. The left was ridiculing us and making fun of us. The reason why our grid in Texas almost collapsed 2-3 years ago during that winter storm, it may have been 3 or 4 years ago by now, is because the bastardization of our grid, which is absolutely happening, and it's championed in Illinois and all over the Northeast and in California, the bastardization of the grid by using federal subsidies to undercut gas and oil, gas-powered plants, coal, and nuclear. And what they do is they're bastardizing the grid by subsidizing it, and energy companies will make whatever is the best way to make money. They don't care if it's green. They don't care if it's fossil fuel. But when they're making more money by building solar and wind, the reason our grid almost collapsed was because the wind wasn't blowing and the sun wasn't shining. And when the more and more you replace green energy on the grid, the more your base load. The base load is what it takes to hum along for the normal population, normal usage. The more you put wind and solar in your base load, the more susceptible you are, because when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine, your base load goes down. And when your base load goes down, your grid is overwhelmed, and that's when you have problems. And do you know one of the largest, I should say, grids in the country, I think it's PMG or PGM, I can't remember which one it is. It might include Illinois, I don't know. I know it's in the Northeast. It's one of the largest grids in the country. They literally had a plan that was exposed, that they were secret. They were going to ration. They had an idea to ration power. We are in the freaking first world right now, supposedly. And can you imagine being told that they are going to ration power in this country? What are we, freaking Uganda? That's literally the kind of crap that they're looking at doing, because they're taking, for example, New Jersey. New Jersey's power went way to hell up, 22% this past year, because they decommissioned, I think it is 2 or 3 coal-fired plants and 1 or 2 natural gas plants. And they also, Governor Phil Murphy, that leftist outgoing governor, he literally killed a plan to bring natural gas, a pipeline from Pennsylvania where it's fracked, into his state. So that's the same kind of crap that Pritzker pulls. And that's why your grid sucks. And putting solar panels on and killing anything that the Democrats had, all their new green scam things, while we have this government shutdown because the Democrats absolutely kill it, end it, and stop it. And that's good. That's very, very good. I'm for it 110%. Okay. My favorite story of the day is coming up. My favorite story of the day. Actually, no, I can do it right now. This is my favorite story of the day right here. A dude came up from Savannah, Georgia. He had a convention in Chicago. He has a Tesla. He has a Cybertruck. And his Cybertruck is wrapped in American flag, Make America Great. And on the back of his Cybertruck, it's got the Donald J. Trump signature in gold, huge over the whole back of the Cybertruck. It's awesome, actually. Anyway, so he's up for a conference, and he could not park his Cybertruck outside for more than, a day or so. And some crazed leftist lunatic is walking her dog, and she sees this guy's truck. And so she takes her bag of dog crap that she picked up from her dog, and rubs dog feces all over the back of the Tesla, all over the side and the side by the driver's side, and throws her turds and her bag of half-smeared dog crap on the back of a Cybertruck window. This moron, this crazed leftist moron, has not seen the thousands of videos you and I have seen and retweeted online of crazed leftists doing similar things to people's Teslas, keying them, slashing the tires, whatever they do, and continues to not realize that there's freaking cameras all over the Tesla. And so this guy shared this with everybody on social media and said, guys, can you help me figure out who this person was? Look what they did, this idiot. He put the post out there, and wouldn't you know it, they have identified this woman overnight. And this woman is a crazed leftist lunatic who reportedly owns or allegedly owns a dog service company that handles pets. Now, let me play this from WFLD Channel 32 because they interviewed this guy.
We are Americans. You have an obligation to do better. I think that people that align themselves with her views that may be opposite of mine, they would tell her, when you do something like this, you're making the problem worse. You are increasing the polarization in this country, and it's not necessary. This is America. You're supposed to live and let live.
I would like to tell you, I'm not going to say this lady's name. I've retweeted people saying who it is and stuff. It's obvious that it has to be her based on her tattoos that are ridiculously over the top, easy to figure out. And they match her profile pictures. They match all sorts of stuff. So it's obvious that it's her, plus her face and everything. She, of course, is a classic leftist going around her neighborhood braless and is rubbing her dog's feces all over the car. Anyway, I will tell you this. First of all, it's a treat to see this idiot. She's got people are sending so many pictures of her that you can find on social media. She's got like dozens of look like marijuana pipes everywhere, sitting there with her dog grinning. One person sent this out there. It has the address of her business. Her name is the owner, and it says comes with your dog getting high as bleep on crack. But if you look at her, dog company profile on Instagram, it's she has free Palestine, and then here's another one: 6 beliefs. This is fun. Here we go. The 6 beliefs: all people deserve safe housing. All people deserve nutritious food. All people deserve universal health care. And quality education. All people deserve meaningful work. Fascists are not people. So I guess that means we're not people. And then she's got 23 likes. Anyway, I don't know what kind of a fool would do something that stupid and be that blind as to smear dog crap on a guy's car, and everybody knows who she is. And I'm going to tell you something right now. This lady, I don't feel sorry for her, but I almost feel sorry for this woman because she is going to be inundated with bad reviews. She's going to be inundated with calls. This woman, she is going to regret smearing anything on this car. I can guarantee you that. But what an idiot. What an absolute idiot. 312-642-5600 is our number. 312-642-5600. We've got so much more coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer. This is Chris Crocker for Dan Proft, of course. Coming up next, I cannot wait to get into the latest on Broadview. There's a Friday. This will be the third Friday in a row where you would have radical leftists, Antifa, attacking ICE, rioting, etc. And it's very funny because Governor Pritzker, Big Boy, as I like to call him, he is doing something he probably doesn't want you or the left to know he's doing. And the violence that has been happening at Broadview has, because the big thing is Chicago Tribune wrote an editorial today. And it talks about the violence that has been happening and that Pritzker's got to do something. Well, I don't think he wants people to know about this, but he has done something. And I think the leftists are going to be mad at him when they find out what's going on. We'll get into all that coming up next. I just got so much to talk about on this. Coming up, it's Chris Crocker for Dan Proft, of course, on Chicago's Morning Answer.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer. Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage.
Hi, my name is Dr. Michael Huber. During cold and flu season, a nearby cough or sneeze can trigger a familiar dread, that helpless feeling of being defenseless against an invisible viral threat. But what if you could change the narrative? What if you could fortify your body's natural defenses? This is why I developed Virago, the immune enhancement cocktail designed to give your body the upper hand. Virago is more than a supplement. It's a revolutionary liquid formula packed with 23 powerful natural nutraceuticals for rapid absorption. This unique blend is scientifically crafted to help build resilience and keep you protected. Don't just hope for good health. Make it happen with Virago. Virago and Maha, making America healthy again.
Virago. Order your bottle today online at myvirago.com and use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. myvirago.com. Coupon code IMMUNE.
At Signature Bank, going the distance for business banking customers is what we do every day. We understand that business owners have a strategic mission, a drive to succeed, a plan for growth, and don't have time to wait for a bank to respond. With Signature Bank, you not only have a banking partner that has roots right here in Chicago, but our decisions are made locally too. Signature Bank knows that when you have a question or problem about your business, you want answers. You need someone who will pick up the phone or respond to your text. You need someone who is always there for you. That's Signature Bank. We are a team that wants to get to know you and your business. Want to be Signature Bank's next success story? Give us a call today at 773-467-5630 or visit us online at signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC Equal Housing Lender.
For decades, Dennis Prager shared his wisdom with listeners around the world through his lectures, courses, interviews, and debates. Now, for the first time, the collective wisdom of Dennis Prager is being made available as a podcast. Listen to Timeless Wisdom with Dennis Prager, with new episodes released for a limited time only as a podcast. Subscribe for free today at DennisPrager.com. That's Timeless Wisdom with Dennis Prager, exclusively at DennisPrager.com.
At AlmostFreeTeeth.com, they're dedicated to making smiles great again. If you have medical PPO insurance, find out how you could save 90% off on average to get a beautiful dental implant-supported smile. Check if you qualify right now at AlmostFreeTeeth.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Chris Crock filling in. Look at this. We have new plan for ICE Broadview facility in Chicago. Barricades set up for designated protest zones near Broadview ICE facility. I don't think Governor Pritzker, Big Boy, wants you to know about this, but he actually is now coordinating. How is it that the Illinois State Police are now working with Cook County Sheriff's Office and setting up barricades so that the ICE officers and the ICE vehicles can come in and out of Broadview, the Broadview facility, without being stopped by the radical leftist protesters. Oh my gosh. That is a new thing that just happened. They're putting up the barricades. I'll tell you all about that and the latest with the craziness and the shenanigans. Coming up next, it's Chris Crock and Verdan Proft. This is Chicago's Morning Answer, AM 560 The Answer, WIND, Chicago.
Much of the government is closed a third straight day. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News.
People pay taxes. They expect services. It's that simple.
And Republican Congressman Mike Hardopoulos tells Fox the Senate's minority leaders to blame.
Unfortunately, Chuck Schumer has forgotten his entire career at this point, where he said that literally shutdowns are idiocy.
Schumer says Republicans refuse to negotiate with them, and the Senate plans another vote today on funding.
Senate Majority Leader John Thune indicated he does not plan to keep the Senate over the weekend if they can't advance the bill today. The chances of it passing are slim. Still, Republicans are hoping some Democrats will fold. But Democrats also want to extend Obamacare subsidies. On top of that, Axios reports some progressive groups are flooding congressional Democrats' phones, encouraging them to, quote, hold the line. The pressure campaign making it harder for Democrats to reach a deal with Republicans to end the shutdown. That's despite the president suggesting he'll use the shutdown as a roadmap to make big cuts.
Fox's Madeline Rivera, the day after an attack on a synagogue during the Jewish holy day Yom Kippur. Police say one of the two people killed appears to have been shot by police, responding to what they call terrorism. 3 others were injured.
A man rammed a car into worshipers outside, then got out and stabbed more with a knife. He tried to get inside the synagogue, but the door was barricaded.
Fox's Greg Palkot, that attacker was shot dead by police. They've pulled more bodies from the rubble of a school that collapsed Monday in Indonesia, so it's 10 students confirmed dead, dozens more still unaccounted for. The Trump administration's asking some universities to sign off on its policies if they want federal funding.
The document includes requesting colleges accept the Trump administration's definition of gender, applying this to all campus bathrooms, locker rooms, and women's sports teams. It also asks schools to stop considering race and gender during the admissions process.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. California's Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom is telling schools if they sign that, they could lose state funding. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It's 66 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm Stace Keene in the AM 560 newsroom. The number of immigration arrests continue to climb in Chicago. Fox's Jeff Manasso reports.
ICE agents here in Chicago say Operation Midway Blitz has led to hundreds of arrests as part of mass deportation efforts, including the latest detainment outside a homeless shelter on the city's south side Wednesday in what a shelter spokesperson described as an ambush.
It was about 30 to 35 masked agents in the streets all over the place. You saw chaos, and they just completely caught everybody off guard.
That as the city and state continues refusing to work with ICE, as the Department of Homeland Security also continues targeting what it calls the worst of the worst criminals here in the country illegally. In Chicago, Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Illinois' energy landscape continues to evolve as the state works to usher in industries that draw a lot of power. Now, on the south side of Chicago on Tuesday, Governor J.B. Pritzker and others broke ground on the Psi Quantum facility at the Illinois Quantum and Microelectronics Park.
Quantum has the potential to help solve some of humanity's greatest challenges in national security, artificial intelligence, pharmaceuticals, energy, finance, and beyond.
And a DNA match has led to the identity of a woman who was found dead in Illinois 43 years ago. Fox's Jeff Manasso has the story.
Investigators in McLean County, Illinois, say a Jane Doe found along U.S. Route 136 near Leroy in 1982 has finally been identified as 39-year-old Cecilia Haddad from Cambridge, Massachusetts. That advanced DNA and genealogy work led to the breakthrough. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have medical PPO insurance, find out how you could save 90% off on average to get your smile back. Check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Scott Jennings says we may see a shutdown.
There's no real wiggle room here for House Speaker Mike Johnson. Can't afford many defections, and the measure will need 60 votes in the Senate. Democratic leaders Schumer and Jeffries already saying they will not support this 7-week deal. Are we headed for a government shutdown in 2 weeks? Seems possible.
The Scott Jennings Show. Weekdays at 1, right before Hugh Hewitt at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
You ever wonder why Verizon charges twice as much as Pure Talk for the same basic service? Think it might have something to do with the fact that Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion. That's billion with a B. Yeah, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. That's why they can offer unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Save an additional 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say the words micro. That's pound 250, micro.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-809-7171. That's 800-809-7171.
Wow. At the time of this being written, both gold and silver are up some 40%. That's 40% in just 1 year. In fact, this past year, gold has broken all-time historic records by hundreds of dollars an ounce. And unlike all other financial instruments used today, that historic record goes back thousands of years. In times like these, prices have never been better on most collector and gold coins. Fox Valley Coins in Naperville is trying to keep up with demand. So they're paying the most ever on not only most gold coins and bars, but also those old coin and paper money collections. They're especially looking for the scarcer dates and higher grade coins. Take advantage of the record high market price and our huge demand now, whether you're buying or selling, or just want to find out their worth. Fox Valley Coins is the place to go. Fox Valley Coins is on Route 59, just 1 light north of I-88 at the Naperville-Warrenville border. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
Fairly quiet across Chicagoland. We got a few sticky spots this morning. Outbound 80 at Damon Avenue. A left lane now blocked thanks to a crash reported on the shoulder. If you're coming in the Edens, take you about 15 minutes if you're between Lake Cook to Montrose. No delays in the Kennedy inbound from O'Hare to the Byrne interchange. About a 21-minute ride. Also inbound Kennedy between Belmont and California Avenue. No delays there. How about the Eisenhower? No major issues in much of the area. 28-minute ride if you're going inbound from the Jane Addams to the old post office. The Stevenson's looking good. Nothing cooking up there. 25-minute drive if you're inbound from 355 to DuSable Lakeshore. Smooth sailing on the Dan Ryans inbound and express lanes inbound between 35th and Stevenson. About a 6-minute delay. Traffic is a service of Team Hochberg. They've helped thousands of AM 560 listeners with the best rates and service. Let Team Hochberg help you by visiting 56david.com or call 855-563-2843. That's 56david.com. Lower.com equal housing lender and MLS 1124061. I'm John Cruz. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Now a check of the forecast from QC Kinetics and the National Weather
Today
Service.
will be very warm, nearing the record of 91 from 1954 with plenty of sunshine. Drought conditions continue. Expect a high of 89. Tonight stays clear and warm with a low of 67. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Scott Tucker Solutions and his show Retirement Decoded. Sunday mornings at 8. Learn more at scotttuckersolutions.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer. Chris Crocken for Dan Proft. Dan is back on Monday. My pleasure to always be with you here. 312-642-5600 is our number. 312-642-5600. Well, my gosh, so much has happened in the past 24 hours, particularly regarding the Broadview facility for ICE. Also, just a joy sinking my teeth back into Chicagoland news. my birthplace and hometown. And obviously from afar, I've been watching, based out of Dallas, watching the insanity go on at Broadview. One of the most remarkable things to me was that clip that I'm sure has been played ad infinitum on this great station, with the insane leftist surrounding an ICE vehicle and slamming the car with their hands all over the car and screaming at him, saying vile things, or whether it be the two radicals saying, shoot ICE, this kind of crazy stuff. But it is the city of Broadview. It is Governor Pritzker. It's Cook County that have chosen to let this get way out of control. This Friday, right now, is the third Friday in a row that insanity could prevail. And I want to know why today there's a pretty much a scathing editorial written in the Chicago Tribune this morning, attacking Governor Pritzker for allowing insanity to take place at Broadview, not doing anything, not coordinating, and basically putting at the foot of Pritzker his fault for not doing anything about this. And he doesn't want to do anything about this because he's telling people, his radicals, to, as you know, track ICE, take pictures of ICE, calling them, Nazis, Gestapo, whatever you want to call it. And it's funny that this editorial comes out this morning at the same time we see last night on all of our local news that barricades are going up, those solid cement concrete barricades that you see for traffic are going up all around where the drive is going into the Broadview facility. And they're saying that if you want to protest, I love to call this a First Amendment zone behind the cement barricades, which I think is great. And so the radical leftists are complaining now. And they're saying, well, this is a pen. How are we going to have free speech behind a pen? Well, why don't you ask Pritzker? This is his idea. Got it right here. Pritzker's chief of staff from not the editorial I'm talking about in the Sun Tribune, but this is a article in the Tribune today. Pritzker's chief of staff, Ann Caprara, said during a political event Thursday, the decision to establish a protest zone. I love that. This is your protest pen. You are going to go over here. The decision to establish a protest zone was made in response to the escalation of conflict. So why, Governor Pritzker, did you let it get out of control and insane for 2 Fridays in a row? And now do something. His radicals, his shock troops were out there on the ground to harass and go after ICE. Now, there's the stories, too, by the way. The stories that I cannot wait to get into as well with you about a 70-year-old veteran supposedly violated by the cops, some other guy was arrested and brought into the Broadview facility for 8-9 hours, but not charged, and he's complaining, too. But listen to this Chicago Tribune editorial this morning. State and local police, they say, haven't done enough to either keep demonstrators and federal law enforcement from coming into physical contact with each other at Broadview. State and local authorities can do more to defuse the situation. This is a moment, the Tribune writes this morning, for J.B. Pritzker to show leadership beyond calling Trump names and exhorting ordinary folks to document on their phones what the feds are doing. We understand the governor's building his political brand nationally for a preeminent leader in the Democrat Party resistance to Trump, but a higher priority must be keeping Illinoisans safe. Assisting a village of less than 8,000 people. So Governor Pritzker has allowed a village of 8,000 people to sit there and let radicals go nuts, assault ICE agents, impede them, harass them, pound on their vehicles, and every time they get pepper sprayed or pepper balled, I don't give a frog's fat, you know what. You want to show up there and protest? If you don't obey them, well, then guess what happens? You deal with it. This guy that's 70 years old, they're talking, oh, he's a veteran. You can be a veteran and break the law. So you don't serve our country and be a veteran so that you can break the law. You don't get special privileges. So this 70-year-old guy who came from Rockford, you probably have seen this one. I'm sure you guys talked about this the other day. This is in the news last night on NBC5. A veteran, it's on all the news, seen falling backwards onto the pavement when other protesters tried to help him up. They are pushed away, and the man was taken into custody. So, you know what's funny on the NBC5 story version of this? They don't show the video. They don't show the video of what happens. So you have to find it on social media, and I found it right away, as you did too. This guy, when ICE came out to clear the way, whether it be for a vehicle to come in, come out, doesn't matter, it's their entrance. When ICE clears the way for egress and ingress, everybody around him, all the protesters go back, except for the 70-year-old guy. He stands there. And so as everybody's going backwards and clearing out, he stands there. ICE is coming in to clear, ICE and Border Patrol, whichever ones they are, doesn't matter. They're coming out to clear the way. He stands there. He's going to stand his ground. Well, you know what? You stand your ground, they push you back. He fell back. That's his problem. He disobeyed. You don't want to be pushed back? Don't disobey. It's just like a traffic stop with a police officer. Don't disobey. He's pushed back. He falls back. Some of the protesters come to help lift him up, and ICE helps him to lift up on his left arm. On the right arm, another guy from ICE comes up to help him to get him up. He hands his cell phone to some other guy, and he smacks the ICE officer's hand. Well, you've assaulted an officer now. You're going to jail. So they arrested the 70-year-old veteran, put him in there, and he should be charged with assaulting an officer, a federal officer. That's exactly right. Number one, you didn't obey. Do you teach your grandkids to disobey law enforcement like that? And number two, do you teach your grandkids to assault people like that? And because you're a veteran doesn't mean you can do that. So no, I'm glad he got charged. He deserves it. And then you have this other guy. I'm sure you've seen this other clown who was arrested. His name is Robert Held. He was chased. I love this guy. He's over all the news. He's like, I'm a victim. Well, dude, you didn't get out of the way. He was chased by federal agents before... he wouldn't get out of the way. Then he finally realized he should get out of the way. He started running backwards and recording it, and then they tackled him. And then he was brought in. I love this. This is so funny. The Chicago Tribune report, I think it is, says he was chased by federal agents, but not before he was interrogated. He was interrogated before he was released for 8 hours. Yes, they held a 68-year-old guy. They held him in interrogated, roughed him up for 8 hours. He was probably in there for 8 hours, not denying that. But the idea was interrogated, like they were holding him and putting a light over him and having in a damp room, chained to some chair with his hands tied behind his back, being interrogated by ICE. Yes, that's what happened. But I love what this guy says. He described his experience on Blue Sky. Oh, I'm surprised he's on Blue Sky. While getting processed, he said he noticed the heartbreaking look on the detainees' faces. Aww. We have never witnessed anything like what ICE has unleashed on our communities. He also talks about how the illegals are all packed in like sardines into a room, and he's complaining about that. He says, inhumane, they're all packed in there, they're touching each other, they're so close. Oh, you mean like when Joe Biden put 200 or 300 illegals in a facility for 100 people, and they were all sleeping in space blankets and putting them in cages? Did you say anything about that, or do you only protest when Trump's in power? Because real inhumane treatment happened under Joseph R. Biden Jr. Oh, let's talk to Rich in Indian Head Park. Rich, you are on AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, Chris, how you doing this morning?
Good, thanks.
What I wanted to say is, I just don't understand. Are they protesting the facility, the ICE facility in Broadview, or are they out there protesting ICE being in Illinois as a whole?
I think they're I think they're protesting two things. I think they think illegals belong here, and I can tell you, I never understand these people. These people that you and I see in Chicagoland or in all of the country, right, who are insane. They're like screaming and yelling over illegals. They're like, they literally, I swear to you, they value and want illegals to stay here and more of them in versus people like you and me who disagree with them politically. I don't understand what's wrong with them. I don't know what the hell made them be so crazy and passionate about illegals. It's insane.
Well, isn't it what Pritzker said when he said we'll protect our people? I guess the illegals are his people.
Yes, they are. In fact, I have a piece of audio I could play for you from a radical leftist, a congresswoman from Arizona named Yasmin Ansari, and she says If you recall this, I don't know if you guys heard this one. It was on the national news. She said, illegals are my constituents. And I looked it up on what a constituent is, and they're my constituents, which is why they want health care. If you view illegals as legitimately being here and entitled to everything we have, then yes, they got to have health care. That's the Democrat position. So number one, I think it's a radical leftist view on illegals. They believe illegals belong here no matter what. Number two, right. I think it's because Trump's in power, period. If Trump wasn't in power, none of this would be happening. That's number one. Has to be. Right. It is. Number two, because they didn't do this stuff with Joe Biden. Where's AOC crying? Where did she cry for 4 years with Joe Biden in this massive invasion and all the inhumanity happening there? She didn't cry for the children, the hundreds of thousands of children that went missing. If you recall that story, in the past couple months, there was a hotline they set up for children who were given away to people that most likely had no interest other than to do ungodly things to them. And there was a hotline. They had a 1-800 number they had set up, and there was like 69,000 calls that not one of them ever got answered. Not one of them ever got answered. These sick bastards, but these sick bastards and what they did to these children and the inhumanity that's done to them. So anyways, number one, it's Trump. That's what they're doing. Number two, they think illegals belong here, and they think they're just as entitled to everything as we are. In fact, probably more entitled than you and I because of our politics. And I think that really is it. And I don't know if I'm missing anything, but I think that's it. Trump and illegals.
Right. All right. Thanks, Chris.
Thank you. Appreciate you. All right, several lines open now. All the lines open. 312-642-5600 is our number, 312-642-5600. It is Chris Kroc, of course, in for Dan Proft. He'll be back on Monday. Now, so many more stories to get into on this. For example, so what's going to happen? I got to tell you this. First of all, what's going to happen tonight is you're going to see a different thing. Now, I don't know if you're going to have radical leftists rioting and everything like that, but what they've done is they put these cement barricades up like the ones you see along highways for temporary construction, okay? So they're putting them up on both sides where the street comes in and out to the Broadview facility. And then on the right and left of where you go in and out is where the barricades are, and then on the other side of that, buttressed between a building and the concrete is where they're allowed to be. So, this is really what's quite fascinating, guys. After 2 Fridays in a row, 2 weekends of craziness, rioting, disgusting treatment of our ICE officers, there is now a quote. This is from the Illinois State Police, quote, a unified command has been established along with Cook County Sheriff's Office and other agencies to help respond to protests in the areas. Now you do this? After 2 weeks of disgusting mistreatment of our ICE officers, after 2 weeks of anarchy, chaos, violence, and attacks on our cops, our ICE officers are our cops too. You mistreat our cops? Here's the deal. Our cops are our domestic military, whether they be our law enforcement officers in suburban and in Chicago, in suburban Chicago, in Cook County, Kane County, DuPage, etc., Winnebago, etc. Our police officers are our domestic military. ICE are our domestic military. Nobody wants to traditionally disrespect the military, and nobody should disrespect our officers here. And so the horrible abuse, the horrible mistreatment foisted upon them for 2 weeks, the chaos, and finally now they're doing this. Finally now. Why now? And why is J.B. Pritzker quietly coordinating behind the scenes? They say he was in touch with Broadview. Why did J.B. Pritzker leave a tiny village of 8,000 people, a small, tiny government, anti-ICE as it gets, obviously, incompetent, etc.? Why did J.B. Pritzker let an 8,000 population village fend for itself in the middle of this chaos? And why now is he allowing a command center? Why now are Illinois State Police allowed? Why now are Cook County Sheriff's Office officers allowed to step in now? Can you tell me that? Why did it take 2 weeks? Was it J.B. Pritzker allowing his shock troops to harass? Was it J.B. saying he can go out there and follow ICE around, take pictures, harass them, or do God knows what else? And I'm going to tell you something else. I am so enjoying watching the fear being put into illegals. I am so excited to see. I mean, you cannot. I love this. You cannot turn anywhere it seems, and being illegal and not know if you're going to get cuffed and stuffed. And I could not be happier about this. It goes on and on. There's a story I have here that I read about this family of four that their kid wanted to go see the Bean. They wanted to go to the Millennium Park. You got this a family of four of illegals from Guatemala. They're all illegals. They came here in 2023. The daughter says, "I want to go enjoy the warm sunny afternoon in Millennium Park at the daughter's insistence," say their lawyers. And they were there, and guess what? ICE scooped them up. All four of them illegals. And Dad's already in Kansas City in some ICE holding facility. Good. You blink your eye, you're out of here. I want the fear of God being put into the illegals because they don't belong here. And let me tell you something else. An unprecedented invasion, which is what we saw for 4 years, an unprecedented invasion begets an unprecedented deportation. And that's what we're seeing. And we should scare the living hell out of illegals to self-deport and get out of here. You are not safe anywhere in Chicagoland. You are not safe anywhere in this country. And we are scouring, and we are looking for you, and we are hunting you down, and we're going to get you the hell out of here. And you can blame Joseph R. Biden Jr. So every time I see an illegal grabbed off the street, and by the way, the lie. Oh, they're unmarked. I can't tell who they are. They're just grabbing people off the street. Read the frickin' badge. Read the big thing across the face. Not the face, but the Kevlar vest that says "Police ICE." Read, and if you can't read the English, that sounds like a you problem. Yes, you should fear. I love the fact that we did the raid on that apartment complex and took in 39 illegals, or 39 illegals, excuse me, many of them from Venezuela, perhaps a lot of them from Tren de Aragua. We'll find out. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. Scare the crap out of them. Get out of this country. Tag them and bag them. Boom. When we come back, we're going to talk to Larry in Elmhurst. He has a theory about these rabid leftist crazies that are attacking ICE. And such. I'm going to look forward to his call. Plus your call coming up next, 312-642-5600, 312-642-5600. And by the way, the Broadview police chief is making allegations about ICE that are nasty. I'll tell you what he says about that. And I'm going to continue to ask you, why do you think, after 2 Fridays in a row of massive chaos at Broadview, why now are they having a command center? Why now is JB allowing the Illinois State Police to go in there with the Cook County Sheriff's Department and do a command center? Why now? Why was it okay for 2 weeks of this crap? After the first weekend, this crap should have been nipped in the bud ASAP. Several lines open: 312-642-5600, 312-642-5600. Chris Crock in for Dan Proft. He'll be back on Monday on AM 560 to answer.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, doctors Economos, Gabe Alice, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidiscipline practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930, 630-830-4930, or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
Well, we decided to develop our own mattress line I think, purely from a quality standpoint again. We wanted to go the opposite way the industry was going. The industry was cheapening things, and we didn't believe in that.
Ben and Arvid Huth, brothers and owners of Penny Mustard Furnishings.
The entire mattress industry has gone to one-sided. We still believe, and I know in my heart, that a two-sided is going to last you longer. You can get more comfort out of it.
That's the reason that we put higher density foam in the mattresses, is so that they're comfortable for a longer period of time. It goes back to just wanting people to be happy, not now, but 5 years from now, 10 years from now. I want them to look back and say, wow, I bought that a long time ago and I'm still really happy with it. That's true in our mattresses, it's true in our furniture. We don't want you to buy something and 5 years from now, you're like, oh, it's falling apart.
10 years from now, the customer shouldn't have to replace the mattress because it no longer supports them.
They can, but they don't have.
Right, and that's how we build it.
See more at pennymustard.com.
15, 20 years from now, that mattress is still going to have good support.
Somebody could still use it.
Yes, absolutely.
You ever wonder why Verizon charges twice as much as Pure Talk for the same basic service? Think it might have something to do with the fact that Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion. That's billion with a B. Yeah, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. That's why they can offer unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Save an additional 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say the words Micro. That's pound 250, Micro.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When the power goes out, life stops. Heat, AC, fridge, phones, all gone. But with a Generac home standby generator from True Power Generator Service, your home powers back on automatically, so you're never left in the dark. Book your consultation today at TruePowerGenerator.com. That's TruePowerGenerator.com. Plus, 560 listeners get a free 10-year extended warranty. Terms and conditions apply. Call for details. True Power Generator Service and Generac. It's not just a generator, it's a power move.
AM 560, The Answer.
Yeah, baby. Chris Crock filling in for Dan Proft. He's back on Monday, AM 560, The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer. Let's go to Larry. Larry, you are on AM 560, The Answer. If I can hit the right button. Where are you, Larry? There you are. Okay. Hello, Larry.
Hey, good morning, Chris. Hey, I was watching three things real quick, but the first one is I was watching a program where these people are all paid, and they have them see who can scream the loudest, and that's how their pay was being. They showed one woman, a Hispanic woman, where she was at 3 different protests for different reasons or different protests, but according to how loud they can scream and all of that, that's how they get paid. Second is, I don't know what the state police are going to do. They can't even keep semis out of the left lane. And third, if ICE is listening, come to Elsip, Illinois. At 11 o'clock, there's a bunch of soccer players out in the middle of the street playing soccer.
La migra! La migra! Thanks for your great call, my man. I appreciate it. That was great. Good stuff. Good morning, everybody. We're having fun. Okay, let's see here if I can push my little buttons. All right, let's go to... Oh, wait, no. We'll get to Joe in a little bit. Right now, we're going to do this. Coming up next, we're going to talk to Chief Weitzel, former Riverside police chief, retired now. Thomas Weitzel. I cannot wait to talk to him about exactly what we're talking about right now. ICE, the Broadview facility, and the mayor with his failed crime plan, housing plan, BS, and so much more coming up next. It's Chris Crock filling in for Dan Proft, Chicago's Morning Answer, AM 560 The Answer. Now, Stace Keene with the news.
Good morning. It is 66 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm Stace Keene in the AM 560 newsroom. There's no sign of stopping the ongoing ICE action in the Windy City. Vox's Jeff Manasso has more here in Chicago.
In an update on X, the Department of Homeland Security now saying that ICE agents have made over 900 arrests of illegals across Illinois under the immigration operation dubbed Midway Blitz. The latest arrests include a raid of a Southside homeless shelter.
They just came to do what they came to do. And what was really heartbreaking for me, there was very little compassion.
Shelter spokesman Chris Harris, 4 arrests were made there as ICE targets what it calls the worst of the worst. The update on X, including a message from DHS to criminal illegals saying darkness is no longer your ally, that we will find you. In Chicago, Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have a Blue Cross, Blue Shield, PPO, or FEP, you could save 90% off on average to get your smile back. Learn more and check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Hugh Hewitt has a plan to fix health care.
It's got to go through regular order. They got to talk about how to fix Obamacare, and when they fix Obamacare, they have to extend tax credits for those who are caught in Obamacare because they lost their job, they lost their plan, they didn't keep their doctor, they didn't keep their plan as President Obama promised. Obamacare is a nightmare and a disaster, but we don't want to leave people on the raft floating out to sea.
The Hugh Hewitt Show, afternoons at 2, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for. For this free information, call 800-422-1609. 800-422-1609. 800-422-1609. Or simply visit GoDRA.com.
An informed and educated citizenry is the only guarantee to preserve our constitutional republic. And each week, you'll hear from experts, not pundits, and find out what's really happening, from local issues to national politics. Listen to The Real Story with Jeannie Ives. There's no topic of public policy concern that she won't talk about. Stop the lies. Learn the truth. Join the conversation. Sunday night at 7, right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Is cremation an option you're considering for you or your loved one? At Catholic cemeteries, we offer sacred, permanent places of rest where loved ones can be remembered, prayed for, and visited for generations. Too often, cremated remains are brought home, only to end up in closets, basements, or forgotten on shelves. Memorialization is forever. Honor their life. Preserve your legacy. Visit us today at CatholicCemeteryChicago.org to schedule a free consultation or call 708-236-5490.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves with Active Liver from New Nordic. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or at NewNordicUSA.com.
Let's get you out the door and into the streets. No major issues or incidents. We are watching typical rush hour slowdowns. Inbound Kennedy between Montrose and Belmont Avenue, 6-minute backup in the area. Also inbound Kennedy from Lawrence Avenue to Montrose, about a 5-minute delay. It'll take you about 20 minutes to go on the Edens inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose. No major delays on the Eisenhower, just inbound slowdowns from Jane Addams to the old post office, about a 33-minute ride. It'll take you about 30 minutes to get on the Stevenson inbound between Cicero and Damon Avenue. Also a slow ramp on the Stevenson inbound right there between Ashland and the Dan Ryan Expressway. Speaking of the Dan Ryans, nothing cooking up there. It looks great. DuSable Lakeshore as well. Bishop Ford looking good. Traffic is ramping up on the Tri-State Tollway northbound between Reagan Memorial and Eisenhower. This report sponsored by Blindster.com. Looking for affordable blinds, shades, or shutters for your home? Don't hire an expensive pro. Check out Blindster.com, where they offer custom-made window coverings at guaranteed low prices with a team of pros ready to help you every step of the way. Blindster.com. I'm John Cruz. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Now a check of your QC Kinetics forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be very warm, nearing the record of 91 from 1954 with plenty of sunshine. Drought conditions continue. Expect a high of 89 tonight. Stays clear and warm with a low of 67. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available online at Amazon and newnordicusa.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Chris Crock in for Dan Proft on AM 560, The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer, 312-642-5600. Have the privilege of talking to retired Chief Thomas Weitzel from Riverside. How are you, sir?
Hey, good morning, Chris. Thanks for having me on this morning.
Always great to have you on, Chief. Lots going on. This is a big deal to me to talk to you about this. So, shocker. After 2 Fridays in a row of insanity and attacks and 2 weekends of attacks on our ICE officers at Broadview, suddenly, the morning of this morning, we see the Chicago Tribune come out with an editorial saying the governor needs to do something because it's his responsibility on his watch, rather than demonizing and attacking Trump, to protect the people and protect that facility and help out Broadview with only 8,000 people. And suddenly they're putting up these barricades. I'm sure you saw last night in the news. If you didn't, they're putting up these cement barricades like the ones you see along the highways, right? On both sides, left and right, as you come ingress and egress for the officers and the cars coming in and out of the Broadview facility. And then on the other side of the pillars, if you will, people can have a free speech zone, they're calling it. So why now, all of a sudden after 2 weeks, is the Illinois State Police allowed to work with Cook County Sheriff's Department and set up a command center or an unified command? Why now, Chief?
I think it's politically expedient for the governor because there is actual attacks taking place against those ICE officers at that facility. Remember, it's not just ICE. The Border Patrol are there. There's other federal agencies, ATF. And Broadview, Illinois is a very small town, 8,000. The police department is small. The mayor claimed that the officers were receiving injuries when responding there from residual effects of less than lethal weapons. So I think the governor put that out and ordered, as you saw, that happened overnight.
Yes.
And now they're going to have these safe zones where you can, yell and scream at the vehicles as they come and go. But I should make clear that they said that they're going to have a free speech zone. It doesn't mean you can threaten to kill ICE agents.
Wait, are you sure? Are you sure we can't do that?
Yeah, well, when he put that out there, I was like, that free speech goes so far, and even the Supreme Court has ruled that. But you shouldn't be able to sit there and just, because they've been on video just literally threatening to kill and shoot ICE agents.
Yes. Exactly. Okay, so how do you think this is going to play out? I mean, are we going to be seeing because Illinois State Patrol, State Police says they're going to be there and they're going to allow the safety of the protests and this and that. So do you see them now becoming the bad guy possibly, or is it going to be like in the city of Chicago, which I'll get to with you in a second, where as long as they have nothing to do with anything with arrests and such, then they're just going to watch? What do you think? How do you think this is going to play out?
I think it's going to be good for as far as the buffer zone, okay, the physical barrier. If the Cook County Sheriff's Police or the state police are assigned to help assist there, I don't know how that's going to work because the governor's made it clear and the city leaders have made it clear you will not assist ICE agents or Border Patrol. So they were actually telling them to not assist when they're physically attacked. And I got to tell you, Chris, in all over 30 decades in law enforcement, I've never seen a directive like that. And police executives, whatever their title may be, police chief, sheriff, they should not be following a directive where they tell officers not to assist other officers. And they are federal law enforcement. Let's be clear. But to tell police officers not to assist other officers when they're under physical attack is absurd. I've never seen that ever in the history in law enforcement.
It's disgusting. And let me go to this one. I'm sure you saw another story that came out over the past 24 hours. You had Border Patrol officers patrolling, and you have a guy they witness who appears to be stealing they go after him. He jumps in a car and tears off in a chase. And while he's he's eluding Border Patrol trying to pull him over, he crashes into another car, injuring a woman in her car. The Border Patrol officers jump out of the car, grab the guy. And there's this clown who got some video alleging that they're choking the guy out. It's a total lie if you watch the actual video. But it's quite interesting. The CWB Chicago reports ICE detains man after traffic crash as CPD prioritizes keeping its cops far, far away. One of the last couple sentences in this story today. It says CPD officer, they head to the scene. It was the local district commander for a crash and arresting a thug, which is not the norm, sending a commander to that. They quickly established their priorities, CWB Chicago writes. Topping that list was ensuring, from the CPD, that no one could claim CPD was helping the feds. Quote, the crashed car can sit in the middle of the street, a supervisor said 45 minutes after the incident began. As long as we're not over there, it's all that matters. What a way to run your law enforcement, huh?
Yeah, that is another case of absurd political directives to the police superintendent, and then that goes down to the district commanders. And I can tell you the district commanders are under orders to go out to the scene when ICE is involved. That's why they went to a crash scene. And, someone took a photo and a video, and they immediately sent it to the media. And
right.
It looks like the ICE is attacking somebody. So there's no context. It's put out in the newspapers before any context. And ICE came out with a statement, although they didn't respond really quick. That's for sure.
Right.
And CW,
they never do.
They didn't respond. They didn't respond right away. But these facts are going up on their websites and their newspaper websites as they are fact. And imagine that the whole goal of that commander was to make sure CPD did not assist. And I was to tell you that the beat officers and detectives, and they don't want to do that. But Chris, they're under threat of their job.
Right.
So, they're being told at roll call, you will not do this, or you will face discipline up to and including dismissal.
I want to tell you something. I have some personal relationships with some police officers that were in Chicago that left. They went to suburban departments, and I have learned so much since all that. There are so many CPD officers who have left. We're talking, I've always, over the years, learned a lot about our police officers. I'm a huge supporter, and I'm from a multi-generational law enforcement family and in the Chicagoland area. And I've learned that after 5-6 years is when they're the most valuable. That point and on, you do not want to lose them because they've gone through almost every scenario you can think of for the most part. And so we are losing so many. I cannot begin to explain the amount of police officers who have left Chicago and gone to the suburbs, and they have received the gold that Chicago has foisted away. We're talking college-educated, cream of the crop, awesome cops, and they're leaving because they don't want to go to jail for doing their jobs.
For sure. And, Chris, not only are they leaving CPD for the suburbs, they're leaving for other states as well. There's an estimate out there. There's been hundreds of officers that have left for other states that are considered to be more pro-police or at least police-friendly. Florida, Texas are some of the leading states that are attracting officers. And you know what we're losing? We're losing what I used to tell my elected officials all the time. We're losing institutional knowledge. When these officers leave and they go somewhere else, they know how to police Chicago. They know their neighborhoods. They know their beats. And they're leaving.
Absolutely. Now, this is pretty interesting. You had some commentary up about the mayor of Broadview. You commented on Twitter. Have you ever seen her conduct a news conference where a patrol officer gets hurt during a routine patrol? Tell me about that. Tell me what your thoughts were on that.
I thought her news conference totally political. You could just see that by who she was surrounded. I mean, Lori Lightfoot was there. And,
wait! I didn't see that part. Because I'm not in Chicago, so I don't get to see everything all the time. I'm all over the place on the air. So Larry Lightfoot was there.
Yeah, Lori Lightfoot was there.
Oh, Beetlejuice was there. Did she bring Big Bird with her?
Yeah, she was standing there in a group of 6 or 7 individuals behind the podium. So she's advising the Broadview mayor.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Yeah,
when I saw that optic, I was like, okay, I know where this is going. But you know what made me really angry about her is that the Broadview mayor talks about her officers being injured inadvertently by ICE, non-lethal, less than lethal weapons. But she said they've been battered and assaulted. I can tell you as the former police chief, officers get injured every year. Disturbances, drunk disturbances, domestics, just individuals who resist arrest.
Yeah.
Did she ever hold a press conference over that? Does she ever hold a press conference that she's sick and tired of her officers being attacked by individuals that resist the police just on a normal patrol basis? Of course not. Nobody does that. But she goes on to, which the news conference was covered nationally, and when she goes on and puts that her officers are injured and how concerned she is. But, she never would do that on a regular basis.
Do you think
that's pure politics?
I like how she's acting as if ICE just goes out there. There's just a Broadview police officer standing out there, and ICE just starts shooting pepper balls at them. Like she's leaving out something out of the equation that there's crazed leftists attacking our ICE officers and threatening them. There's no comment about that, of course.
Of course not.
Yeah. Now, you also commented on Mayor Johnson, and Conehead, as some of us call him, with his nice haircut there. But he came out and said his investments in housing directly contributed to drops in crime. But then he was talking to Ahern, Marianne Ahern, I think is her name, right? And she's in a report, and he reverses himself. He says, asked about residents and a sense of safety in Chicago, Johnson says his investments will take some time. So what's the real story?
The real story is he's lying, basically. I mean, I understand Marianne Ahern, she's doing her job. She's a political reporter, right? That's her job. But you know what? You watch that walk and talk, you see the black SUV following the mayor. You see uniform Chicago police officers. You see plainclothes Chicago police officer details, and he's walking through the neighborhood, and this optic is like, it's safe. You can walk anytime you want. Well, they don't have 150 bodyguards or CPD detail. And then he's once saying that it is going to take a while, right? That housing isn't the total answer, but he's saying it's a big part of it initially, and then he's backtracking it by saying, well, that'll take several years. Well, it's more than that, Mr. Mayor. It's just, that's just that walk and talk, the way they did that was pure ridiculous.
Yes, pure, yeah, and then he's acting, the way he struts on that, it's like he thinks he's the president, and he's an incompetent mayor with a horrible approval rating and massive violence who thinks his cops are bad and horrible. One more thing. You talk about Pete Hegseth talking about getting the troops in shape, and if you're going to be a general or if you're going to be a PFC, private first class, doesn't matter what rank you are, you're going to be in shape. You kind of talk about this with our police officers. I got to tell you this: I'm our biggest fan of cops. For certain, but there's so many times when we see in the news and you see these cops standing out there in a news story and something happens, and there's like so many of them are obese. You cannot go after a criminal. You can't catch a criminal. You can't protect us if you're obese, right?
Without a doubt. I mean, I've been on this lowering of standards in policing, the lowering police standards has started after the George Floyd murder, no question. They're lowering entry standards, they're lowering police academy standards, all to attract officers because it's difficult to recruit and retain. So, I mean, and there's some academies throughout the state that you don't have to pass the physical to get into the academy.
Are you kidding me?
Wow. No, the rule is we'll get you in shape by the end of the academy. And if you're not in shape, then we won't put you on the street. But they're allowing individuals to enter the police academy that don't even meet basic physical fitness requirements.
That's insane. I got to ask you one more question. This is, I don't know if you heard earlier, I was talking about this. This is on WFLD Channel 32, but also it was all over social media. A guy from Savannah, Georgia comes up for a convention in Chicago. He's got a Cybertruck. It's wrapped in American flag, and it's got Donald Trump's signature massively on the back of the SUV of the Cybertruck. And some crazed leftist lunatic walking her dog takes dog crap out of her doggy bag and smears it all over this guy's car. There's cameras everywhere. Let me play this for you.
We are Americans. You have an obligation to do better. I think that people that align themselves with her views that may be opposite of mine, they would tell her when you do something like this, you're making the problem worse. You are increasing the polarization in this country, and it's not necessary. This is America. You're supposed to live and let live.
What would happen if this was happening while you were chief of Riverside? What would the crime be? What would the charge be if he pressed charges?
It would definitely be criminal trespass and then also criminal damage to property, the owner's property. And I saw that he didn't want to press charges,
yes.
But he did. He's the one that helped IDEAR. He put it out on his social media platform, so they know who the offender is. But I think she should be charged. That would be my opinion. But, what does that do to her? She walks by and puts crap all over it. I saw that police agencies that have Tesla has given police agencies vehicles to test, most notably Las Vegas.
Yes.
They have kind of pulled back those vehicles, and they're only using those vehicles as of late in very high-profile cases where there are a lot of police officers involved because they have been under threat that their own police vehicles that are Teslas would be damaged.
These frickin' people are just crazy. They are so nuts. Yeah, I'm looking at this, Chief. We're going to get back into this a little bit later in the show, but this woman is totally, everybody knows who she is, what her company is, the address of her company, the phone number, and here's a guy that puts, as a dog lover, and because my office is near this person's dog business, I had to repost this. Can you imagine, this guy writes, if what this business would do to your pet or family member if they found out your political values didn't align with theirs? It's just sick. These people are freaking sick. Chief, I appreciate you. Always appreciate you coming on.
Thank you so much for having me, Chris. Have a great morning.
You too, brother. Okay, we got so much more coming up. I'm going to get into, what do I got here for you? Oh, Pritzker comparing Trump to Putin and saying that Trump has dementia. We're going to have fun with this guy. We're going to have some fun with him. And the latest on that coming up next. It's Chris Kroc in for Dan Proft. Dan's back on Monday on AM 560. The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
You've heard me talk about Northridge for years, but now I want you to hear from one of their recent graduates, TJ Gorman, who just graduated second in his class in Marine Corps basic training. This is what he said. I was blessed to attend Northridge not only for the education, but for the values and principles my mentors instilled within me. The school taught us what it meant to be a leader and lead through example, hard work, humility, and empathy. I thank God for Northridge. That's what makes Northridge Prep great for young men. The students are called to excellence to become true leaders. And these boys want to go to school each day. They love Northridge because they can be free to learn, to grow, and to be challenged. There's a real spirit of adventure on campus that you've just got to experience for yourself. For nearly 50 years, they've partnered with parents like no other school in the Chicagoland area. Today, in our nation, we need more Northridge graduates to lead the way as men of intellect and character who love God. Guys like TJ Gorman, men who put their values first. Their open house is Sunday, October 19th at 1 p.m. for boys in grades 6 through 12. Register at northridgeprep.org. northridgeprep.org.
Your home or business has storm damage and you have an insurance claim.
Call Crosscom.
Crosscom Construction and Public Adjusters. Today, insurance companies are notorious for offering way too little money to repair damage to your home or commercial building due to wind, hail, tornado, floods, or fire. Crosscom works for you, not the insurance company. As licensed adjusters, Crosscom will work to get you the money you deserve, the maximum payout.
Call Crosscom.
630-871-5500. After they get you the fair insurance company result, Crosscom can start doing your repairs. Crosscom is a full construction and restoration company that will get your property back to its pre-loss condition, getting your life back to normal. Roof, siding, windows, doors, fire restoration, Crosscom does it all.
Call Crosscom.
Licensed in Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana, and Wisconsin.
This is Dan Leitz with Crosscom. We share your conservative and Christian values. Let us handle everything. It all starts with a call.
630-871-5500. CrosscomPublicAdjusters.com.
Welcome back to Ask Hassellus.
That big online store has special days with ridiculously low prices. So why don't you?
We do.
You do? When?
Every day. Our 35 beds from the top 5 brands start at $393. Free next day delivery, too.
Wow.
Yeah. Plus, through Monday, get a free box spring or take an equal amount off an adjustable base.
I guess you could say that now is a prime time to buy.
Open 9 to 9. Find an employee-free showroom near you at Hassellus.com.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank, a bank where relationships still matter. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hey all, Jim Carr here. I am the owner of Carr Machine and Tool in Elk Grove Village and loyal customer of Signature Bank. As a second generation owner, I knew I had to shift from operating as an old school machine shop to what I can proudly say is now one of the fastest growing aerospace manufacturing facilities in the region. Signature Bank was there every step of the way through our expansion efforts, including financing our new state-of-the-art facility. Their valuable industry expertise and constant communication throughout the construction process made our vision possible. Many thanks to Signature Bank for supporting Carr Machine and Tool. You set the bar high for other banks.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Want to learn how Signature Bank can help turn your business vision into reality? Visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
Yeah, baby. Chris Crock in for Dan Proft, 560, AM 560, The Answer. Chicago's Morning Answer. All right, we're going to have a little fun here with J.B. Pritzker, Big Boy, as I like to call him, B-O-I. By the way, my brother's friend, we all went to Wheeling High School. Wheeling, man, Wheeling. And I didn't know Charlie Kirk went to Wheeling High School. I literally did not know that. I mean, I graduated 91. My older brother graduated 89. His one of his good friends listens, of course, a big listener to Dan in the morning and everything. And he said Mayor Mohawk, not Conehead. I don't care what you call him. He's a fool and a buffoon, as we all know. BLM Brandon. I asked, what does Dan call BLM Brandon? I like that too. I think that's fantastic. Anyways, we'll talk about the hypocrisies of Pritzker saying that Trump has dementia when he covered up for Joe Biden, and so much more. It's AM 560 The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer. Chris and Berdan, WIND Chicago.
Will any votes change? I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. If not, another attempt in the Senate to fund the government on day 3 of the shutdown will also fail, as Democrats demand provisions in the bill to roll back looming cuts to health care coverage and subsidies for Americans. And they deny what Republican Senator Josh Hawley tells Fox.
They would rather deny health care to our veterans than deny health care to illegals.
President Trump has met with the director of the Office of Management and Budget, threatening to make big cutbacks to the federal workforce.
Which reportedly, according to the Washington Post, involved firing about 16,000 federal workers. There are about 750,000 who are furloughed right now. But when we start to see this happening and how long it lasts also depends on how long the shutdown itself is. There are reportedly some concerns it could bring on legal challenges, though, over regulations to federal layoffs and prohibited expenses during a shutdown like severance payments.
Fox's Jackie Heinrich at the White House, and we've just learned the Trump administration's put $2 billion in infrastructure projects on hold in Chicago, days after halting transportation projects in New York City. And also because of the shutdown, the jobs and unemployment report for September that was going to be released this hour won't be. The president is escalating its fight against drug trafficking from Venezuela, declaring to Congress it's an armed conflict with cartels.
The memo cites a September 15th strike on a ship in the Caribbean accused of trafficking drugs, claiming it could eventually, quote, kill Americans. This comes as Democrats have alleged the administration is exceeding its powers to use military force against the cartels.
Fox's Ryan Schmelz. Police in Manchester, England say the day after a terror attack at a synagogue, one of the 2 killed and one of the 3 wounded were shot by them responding.
Police shot the suspect dead, wearing an apparent explosive belt officials say was not viable. The attacker, now identified as a 35-year-old British citizen of Syrian descent. 3 suspects also arrested.
That's Greg Palcott. America's listening to Fox.
Good morning. It is 66 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm Stace Keene in the AM 560 newsroom. Illinois Democrats are rallying against a massive militarized federal raid on an apartment complex in Chicago. Fox's Mike Tobin has the details.
Agents from the FBI, ATF, Border Patrol, and ICE overwhelmed the building, coming at it from every exit, even inserting snipers by Black Hawk helicopter on the rooftop. Now, Illinois Democrats who've been opposed to the enhanced immigration efforts are outraged at the show of force in the historically troubled South Shore neighborhood. There were 6 specific targets in the raid believed to be members of the Venezuelan criminal gang Tren de Aragua, also believed to be involved in drug dealing, guns, and weapons. Federal agents picked up 37 undocumented people. The investigation to determine their gang affiliation is not complete, but Chicago Alderman Ray Lopez says he believes the operation will clean up everything from drug dealing to prostitution, and people in the neighborhood will prove to be thankful over time.
According to the Citizens Utility Board, ComEd's new electricity price has fallen a bit since the summer, but it's still about 47% higher than it was last October. While Ameren's price dropped more than 30%, CUB is urging all utility customers to review their bills. The utility watchdog says Illinoisians have lost about $2 billion to alternative suppliers in the last decade. And a DNA match has led to the identity of a woman who was found dead in Illinois 43 years ago. Fox's Jeff Manasso reports.
Investigators in McLean County, Illinois, say a Jane Doe found along U.S. Route 136 near Leroy in 1982 has finally been identified as 39-year-old Cecilia Haddad from Cambridge, Massachusetts. That advanced DNA and genealogy work led to the breakthrough.
News is a service of Fox Valley Coins. No waiting, no problems, no charge for in-store verbal appraisals. Bring your gold or silver in today. FoxValleyCoins.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560. The Answer.
Mike Gallagher believes there's another layer.
This feels spiritual, almost as if the forces of evil are attempting to silence us. Just like this 22-year-old assassin set out to silence Charlie Kirk. And I do feel there's something otherworldly going on. There is a good versus evil.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9 on AM 560. The Answer.
You ever wonder why Verizon charges twice as much as Pure Talk for the same basic service? Think it might have something to do with the fact that Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion. That's billion with a B. Yeah, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. That's why they can offer unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Save an additional 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say the words Micro. That's pound 250, Micro.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-809-7171. That's 800-809-7171.
When the power goes out, life stops. Heat, AC, fridge, phones, all gone. But with a Generac home standby generator from True Power Generator Service, your home powers back on automatically, so you're never left in the dark. Book your consultation today at TruePowerGenerator.com. That's TruePowerGenerator.com. Plus, 560 listeners get a free 10-year extended warranty. Terms and conditions apply. Call for details. True Power Generator Service and Generac. It's not just a generator, it's a power move.
Be prepared for tax changes in 2025. Without a solid strategy, you could risk losing more of your hard-earned savings than necessary. VestGen Wealth Partners can help develop proactive tax plans designed to help keep more money in your pockets. Visit GetRetiredStayRetired.com for a free review.
Advisory services offered through VestGen Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Securities offered through Private Client Services, LLC, member FINRA and SIPC. Private Client Services and VestGen Advisors, LLC are unaffiliated entities. Any information discussed does not constitute investment advice. VestGen Advisors and Private Client Services do not offer tax legal advice.
Happy Friday. We're watching traffic build in several areas. Kennedy inbound from O'Hare to the Byrne interchange, about a 41-minute drive thanks to a 20-minute backup in the area. Also, Kennedy inbound between Montrose and Belmont, about a 6-minute delay. Smooth sailing so far in the Edens. If you're inbound from Lake Cook to Montrose, about an 18-minute ride. Edens Spur westbound from the Edens Expressway to the Tri-State, about a 4-minute ride. Cruising on the Ike inbound between Manheim and Austin Boulevard, about a 10-minute backup. How about the Stevensons? We've got backups. 15-minute delays if you're 355 to DeSable Lake Lakeshore. Also inbound Stevenson from the Tri-State to DeSable Lakeshore, about a 33-minute drive. You're hitting the brakes on the Bishop Ford. If you're between Stony Island Feeder and Dan Ryan, about a 15-minute backup. Stop and go there. I-57 inbound between 119th and 103rd, about a 10-minute backup. DeSable Lakeshore, minor delays if you're northbound from Monroe to Hollywood. Traffic is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. If you've been getting high quotes for dental implants with medical PPO insurance, it's possible to save 90% off on average. See if you qualify today at AlmostFreeTeeth.com, making smiles great again. I'm John Cruz. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Now check out that QC Kinetics weather forecast.
Today will be very warm, nearing the record of 91 from 1954 with plenty of sunshine. Drought conditions continue. Expect a high of 89. Tonight stays clear and warm with a low of 67. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Destination Retirement with Robert Kuhn. Sunday mornings at 11. Sponsored by Kuhn Capital Partners in Naperville.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer. Chris Kroc in for Dan Proft. Dan's back on Monday, having a great time with you this morning. So J.B. Pritzker is saying that Trump somehow has dementia. Let's listen to this. This is pretty rich.
It appears that Donald Trump not only has dementia set in, but he's copying tactics of Vladimir Putin.
He does not obviously think that Trump has dementia. It's just funny hearing him say that, because especially when you see, I'll just read a little Mark Glennon from his Substack from WirePoints. Joe Biden, as we learned the other day, needed palm cards with pictures to recognize J.B. Pritzker and his family. And yet, J.B. was the most steadfast defender of Joe Biden. Oh, he's great. Oh, absolutely. Of course he's ready for a second term. Quote, J.B. speaking of Joe Biden, who couldn't recognize him without a palm card with his picture on it and his name and his title. He said, I've been with the President of the United States many times, J.B. Pritzker said in February. He's on the ball. February of last year. The man knows more than most of us have forgotten. Like my face. He knows my face. He knows who I am. Of course, Pritzker answered when asked in July of last year if Biden was physically and mentally capable of serving a second term. Of course! But not Trump. Trump has dementia. Well, JB, he doesn't need a card to remember who you are. That's your first clue that you're wrong. That your head's up your rump. That you're lying. Glennon writes, Joe Biden needed palm cards with pictures to recognize Pritzker and other key Democrats. Pritzker said Tuesday that it's Trump who has dementia and should be removed from office. I can't read this without laughing. Pritzker, while serving as a proxy for Biden, frequently and firmly attested to Biden's mental health. So you can trust the science. Trust Big Boy, B-O-I, Big Boy. He is Big Boy. Trust Big Boy. It's Trump that has dementia, not Joe Biden. Joe Biden's great. He remembers more than we forgot.
It appears that Donald Trump not only has dementia set in, but he's copying tactics of Vladimir Putin, sending troops into cities, thinking that that's some sort of proving ground for war, or that indeed there's some sort of internal war going on in the United States, is just, frankly, inane. And I'm concerned for his health. The idea that you're going to...
I'm concerned for his health. I'm not concerned for Joe Biden's health. I'm concerned for Trump's health. Okay.
To go suggest that you're going to arrest people, or that people don't deserve to be U.S. citizens when they are, just because they oppose the President of the United States. I mean, there is something genuinely wrong.
All right, blah, blah, blah. I want to play this one, though, because this is possibly my favorite Pritzker soundbite that I can think of in recent memory. And there's got to be more that you know of because you're deep in the weeds. I'm not, since I'm not in Chicago. I'm born and raised. I'll be there again for Christmas like I always am, etc. But so I can't get every little snippet out there. But I'm going to tell you, this is my favorite one. Here we go. This is great.
ICE is running around the loop harassing people for not being white.
Yes! You're not white. I'm harassing you. Let me just play it again. I'm sorry. It's just so funny. I love that. I think it was hysterical when he said that.
ICE is running around the loop harassing people for not being white. Just a year ago, that was illegal in the United States. Now, ICE is making it commonplace. That's not making America great.
Blah, 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 blah. I think it's so funny. Yes, ICE is running around. Trump said, go harass everybody for not being white. Harass them, harass them. This just came in across the wire from Fox at just 4 minutes ago. Trump administration pauses $2.1 billion for Chicago infrastructures based over projects over race-based contracting concern. Yes! This is what I voted for. Yes! Here we go. Red Line extension and red and purple modernization project are put on hold. Yes! And you're going to watch people like Tammy Duckworth and Dick Durbin complain, and they're going to say it's horrible and this and that. Just like they did a little earlier when I told you about, what's her name, Tammy Duckworth complaining about these green energy, new green energy scam projects. And she's like, $538 million got canceled, and she's complaining. You voted for this, Tammy Duckworth. You voted to shut the government down. This is what you wanted. You wanted to give OMB Director Russ Vought the keys. You wanted to give Trump the keys. You gave them to him. Enjoy. You voted for this, Tammy Duckworth. You voted for this, Dick Durbin. Enjoy it. We're just getting started. And I'm going to tell you, at 8 o'clock, we're going to talk to a columnist. And he wrote a great column, and he went in depth on the shutdown. We did not start this. We did not want this. They did. They did this. There are several appropriations that have already been passed, and it just need to be voted on, I think, from the Senate. We should put those through. And the other ones we should also vote through in the House, because we should do what we want to do and fund the government the way we want to fund. We should be doing exactly what we would be doing for the November FY26 negotiations in November. Now, keep it shut down and go right through and plow through. Own this. Make them own what they did. They chose to die on this hill for $200 billion to give illegals health care, which is a absolute fact. I'll get into that again in a little bit. Maybe I'll get into it now. But and you chose to shut it down for subsidies on Obamacare for people making up to 600% above the federal poverty line. You know what that means? That means a family of four in Arizona can make up to $600,000, and you and I are subsidizing their freaking health care. Meanwhile, the amount of percentage of people who have insurance through their workplace has shot up from 71% to 69% to 74% over the past 6 years. But yet people have been turning away from their employer-sponsored health care. I wonder where they're going. Gee, they're going to Obamacare, where you and I are subsidizing their health care, and they're making, as I said, a family of four in Arizona making up to $600,000 gets freaking subsidies from you and me. A married couple living in West Virginia makes $580,000, and we're paying for their subsidies? That's a fact. And we're paying for the subsidies to fund illegal health care for sanctuary cities and sanctuary states that want illegals there and then want to take a shell game from Medicaid and make us pay for their health care for their illegals at their emergency rooms? Hell no. If you want to chime in, 312-642-5600, 312-642-5600. It's Chris Crock and Dan Proft. If you want to follow me on Twitter, a lot of the stuff I'm talking about, tweeting, playing audio, is on my Twitter feed, at Chris Crock Show. That's at Chris Crock Show. Now, from Fox News, let me get into the story just now. $2.1 billion for Chicago infrastructure projects just this morning announced, held over race-based concern, contracting concern. That's exactly right, because everything is a woke leftist DEI crap game in the city of Chicago and Cook County and Illinois with the Democrats. Trump administration pausing $2.1 billion in Chicago infrastructure projects. Bleed these frickin' leftists dry, please, Trump. I voted for this. Trump administration is pausing $2.1 billion in Chicago infrastructure projects to make sure that funding is not flowing via race-based contracting. Director of OMB, Ross Vogt, said, yes. $2.1 billion in Chicago infrastructure projects, specifically Red Line extension and Red and Purple modernization project, have been put on hold to ensure funding is not flowing via race-based, says Russell Vogt. That's it. That's brand new breaking news moments ago. So it keeps going, and it keeps going, and it keeps going, and we keep cutting and cutting and cutting. Bring them to their freaking knees. Absolutely. You wanted this? You got it, Tammy Duckworth. You got it, Dick Durbin. Hey, this is great. Let's keep going. We're just getting started. That's what I say. All right, let's get into Sunny Hostin and the Pope. Sunny says that she is a good Catholic girl. Now, look, I love telling people, I was on the air in Phoenix yesterday afternoon where there's a lot of Chicago transplants, and I was telling them I'm a born and raised Chicago Polak. One of the 3 million plus Chicago Polacks, Roman Catholic, born and raised. And I was raised in the Catholic Church. I was had my catechism, my First Communion, my confirmation, my everything in Chicagoland Catholic churches. I'm now a Protestant, but that's beside the point. So Sunny Hostin says this about the Pope, and then I'll play what the Pope said too. Here's what she says.
Because some people really deserve I am against the death penalty in all cases. Well, I think in all cases. And that's why I find there is a hypocrisy with certain Christians who are pro-life, but they will pull that electric chair switch. They are pro-life, but they have their AR-15s in their cabinet.
I'm going to pause it right there. Okay. Two things. Pro-life and the electric chair. I'll tell you right now. She is not reading Romans 13. And the Pope, in saying that you're not pro-life if you're for the death penalty, is also not reading Romans 13. Romans 13, chapter 1 says, if you violate the laws of the land, you have every reason to fear, because God installed the government, and God gave the government a sword for a reason. And you should fear the government if you are disobeying the laws of the land, because God installed that government. The sword is not there to tickle you. It's there to cut your frickin' head off if need be. We do not institute the death penalty for revenge. We do not institute the death penalty to save money or for recidivism. We do it because it's the right punishment. And we do it by voters, you and me, through our government, soberly. We do not allow the people who are the victims or of the family members of the victims to make decisions because they are in the middle of it. We, the sober people of this country, not involved, not victimized at the time, are the ones who make the decision. And that sword's there for a reason. And if the Pope or if Sunny Hostin, the leftist clown, doesn't like it, take it up with Romans 13:1 and St. Paul. Let's go on to the AR-15. So I can somehow not have an AR-15 and be pro-life? I have an AR-15 with 4 magazines. It holds 30, and they're all full of green tips. They're sitting in the other room over there, okay? It hasn't killed anybody. And let me tell you something. I've owned that thing for several years. And I'm going to tell you something else that's disgusting. I'm sitting in the state of Texas, Chicago born and raised, but I'm sitting in the state of Texas in Dallas-Fort Worth right now in my home studio at my house. And it is the most pathetic, stupid thing in the world that you can't buy a frickin' shotgun in the state of Illinois unless you're a cop that has a semi-automatic shotgun where you can load it up with 5 or 6 shells. I don't know the exact amount. I don't own one, but I know somebody in Illinois who does, who's a police officer. And I've seen the videos, and it's frickin' awesome. For a shotgun. You can't buy that in the state of Illinois unless you're a cop. But I'm going to tell you right here, sitting in this frickin' state of Texas right now, I can buy that thing. It is the most embarrassing, stupid, pathetic garbage in that state, putting frickin' the genital cuffs on you from owning and using a firearm. It is sickening how pathetic it is. And the way I see my rights get violated, I love telling this story to people, whether it was COVID or whether it's firearms. When I come up, I have a license to carry, even though you don't have to have that in the state of Texas anymore because we have constitutional carry. But I still have my license to carry. I renewed it just the other month. The reason why is because we have reciprocity. So wherever I go, and I'm glad that many of you have a card, what do you call it, a concealed carry. card in the state of Illinois, and more of you should have it if you want to. But I lose my rights the closer I get to Illinois. When I get to, I have reciprocity, so meaning my concealed carry permit, and I can conceal carry in other states. I can go as I go up to Chicago, whether I go through Oklahoma and then Missouri and then in Illinois, or I can go through Arkansas. I think I go through a little bit of Tennessee and then up to southern Illinois. But I can carry my weapon concealed on my person all the way through, even in Missouri. But the moment I hit that border, I got to sit there in my hotel room in St. Louis. We usually spend the night in St. Louis. I got to take that firearm in the morning, and I don't do this until the very morning when I'm pulling away. I have to disarm myself. I have to. I take every bullet out of that magazine, and I open up the chamber, and I put that thing in my safe, and my little hand safe there, gun safe, and I put it in the back of my SUV. And I have been told explicitly that because I get the wrong leftist frickin' cop that wants to ticket me, I'm screwed. It's just disgusting. Same thing with COVID. So, and you know what? You want to talk about who's a frickin' tyrant? You want to talk about who is a what do they call him? A dictator? What's the other word they use, guys? What's the word? A fascist. Governor Gavin Newsom arrested a lone fricking paddleboarder on the ocean because he had the audacity to go out on the ocean and paddleboard in the middle of COVID. Governor frickin' Pritzker. I'm going to tell you what this happened. My daughter and my son, about 4 or 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I don't know what, they were middle to late teens. They're 19 and 22 now. They go to Chicago, and they're staying with my parents, and I love that they did this. My daughter simply figured out how to forge a COVID card because there's no way in hell my, at the time, 14 and 17-year-old are going to get a freaking COVID shot to appease that tyrant, to appease that dictator, to go into a coffee shop, a bookstore. I'm grateful my kids got to see that crap, to see what kind of a tyrant the Democrats are, and what kind of power they wield against us. And they call Trump a dictator. They call Trump a tyrant. They call Trump Hitler. Now, let's finish up with Sonny Hostin and then the Pope. Let's see what time it is here. Oh, well, let's play these two sound bites real fast.
They are pro-life, but they don't mind immigrant families being torn from each other. They are pro-life, but they don't care about little children's subsidies being taken away from them. That is not pro-life.
I was just going to say, I'm Protestant,
okay.
But
being pro-legal is not pro-life. Is not pro-life. As I said, read Romans 13:1, Sonny, and you can disagree with St. Paul because he says if you disobey the laws of the land and the government, you have every reason to fear. And God put the government in. So our government made it illegal for them to come here. You are not legal coming here. Get the hell out of this country. And that is not anti-life. That is pro-boundaries. God is pro-boundaries. God is pro-borders. God talked about it in the Old Testament with the stones. Don't ever move those stones. These are my boundaries. God told Israel to defend its borders. Boundaries and borders are absolutely biblical. Anybody tells you anything less isn't according to the Bible. Here's Pope Leo pulling this crap too.
Someone who says I'm against abortion but says I'm in favor of the death penalty is not really pro-life. So
that's a terrible lie. Pope Leo, dude, read Romans 13:1, my man. Did you rip that chapter out of your Bible?
Someone who says that I'm against abortion, but I'm in agreement with the inhuman treatment of immigrants who are in the United States. I don't know if that's pro-life.
Oh, you do know. You do know that Joe Biden treated illegals inhumanely. You do know that Joe Biden had 330,000 roughly illegals, child illegals coming to this country to be sex trafficked, work in Ben & Jerry's factory overnight and Target overnight, as the New York Times reported. Instead of being in school, being sex trafficked, the hotline was open for those kids to call when they were being trafficked or abused by these people that claimed that they had a connection to them. And Joe Biden's administration was letting these 330,000 children go with God knows who. And 69,000 calls went into that hotline for help, and they didn't answer one of those calls. You're damn right, Pope Leo, and you're talking about Joe Biden. And you know what else, too? You look at Alligator Alcatraz, there is a smooth concrete floor. And there is air conditioning, and there are walls on all four sides, and Joe Biden versus Joe Biden's cages and his the way he held the illegals. I have a picture from social media. You could show the juxtaposition. Joe Biden had these illegals on rocks They were rocks the size of, those large-sized rocks that one rock would fit in the palm of your hand, and they were on rocks. They had no solid concrete. There were no walls. There was no air conditioning. They were in a tent above them, and they had no sides, and it was in chain-link fences. You're right about inhumane treatment. You're talking about Joe Biden. Coming up next, we'll talk to Robert, and we'll talk to Don. Robert's in Lisle, Don's in Naperville. That's coming up next. And then speaking of, good setup, too, talking about what Pope Leo says, we are going to talk to America's priest. We're going to talk to Father, who do we got, guys? Father, where is he? There he goes. Father John Lovell from Rockford Diocese. All that's coming up next. It's Chris Kroc in for Dan Proft. AM 560 The Answer. 312-642-5600 is our number. Chicago's Morning Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer.
Your show keeps me alive during the week. There's nobody I'd rather listen to between 5 and 9 in the morning than you guys.
On AM 560 The Answer.
Your local State Farm agent, Anthony DeGrotto, combines good neighbor service with surprisingly great rates. You can combine your home, auto, and life insurance to not only save you money, but give you the peace of mind you've been looking for. Anthony DeGrotto is your go-to agent in Chicagoland. He and his team will work for you to provide the best service you expect at the price you want. Combine your home, auto, and life insurance today. Anthony DeGrotto will help you mix and match things perfectly. His State Farm office is a top pick 2024 Daily Herald Reader's Choice Award winner. He's a proud supporter of Tunnel to Towers and like-minded as you. His State Farm agency is currently looking to add members at their Roselle office. Call Anthony at 847-895-1500 today or visit DeGrottoSF.com. That's DeGrottoSF.com. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Individual premiums will vary by customer. All applicants subject to State Farm underwriting requirements.
President Trump has made some pretty amazing claims since he's taken his seat as president. He's delivering on what he promised. On Inauguration Day, Trump's very first declaration was,
"The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish."
Consider this. Since the election, gold has shot up hundreds of dollars per ounce, shattering all-time record highs. Fox Valley Coins does not pretend to know the future, but they do know that if you're buying or selling gold or silver, they are the place to do it. These are some of the top reasons people choose a dealer. You want a national dealer with a local presence you can deal with face-to-face. You want a large selection, the best prices, and great service. You want to walk in with cash and walk out with the best product. You want to deal with legacy dealers with integrity. Whether buying or selling or just one valuation, Fox Valley Coins is your answer for choosing a dealer. Visit Fox Valley Coins, 1 light north of I-88 on Route 59 at the Naperville-Warrenville border. FoxValleyCoins.com. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
The Dinesh D'Souza Podcast.
This is the important thing to recognize about Trump is he's a very transactional guy. Trump will impose a penalty, and if you come to him and say, well, let's make a deal. This is the actual opposite of socialism. This is called cutting a deal to make something work. And I think that's all that goes through Trump's mind.
Subscribe to the Dinesh D'Souza Podcast on Apple, Spotify, YouTube, Rumble, or at SalemPodcastNetwork.com.
Want to see if you could pay less in taxes? Try the quick and easy tax calculator at willsave.com. Yes, a free tax calculator. That's WILSAVE.com. Calculate how you could keep more of your hard-earned money and give less to Uncle Sam, especially in retirement. Get your free tax analysis today at willsave.com. And don't forget to tune in to Protecting Your Assets with Steve Shyman every Saturday morning at 8, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, Chicago's Morning Answer. Chris Kroc and for Dan Proft. He's back on Monday. Let's go to some of your phone calls. Robert in Lisle. You are on AM 560, Chicago's Morning Answer. Chris and for Dan.
Okay. Hey, super. You're really doing a great job. However, I will remind you and anybody else listening to you that the Pope, just because he doesn't want the church to be involved in the execution of people doesn't make him a bad person. But what I am saying, though...
Oh, I didn't call him a bad person.
I'm just saying the scriptures... Okay, I didn't mean to infer that either.
That's okay.
What I'm saying, the scriptures are true, that the sword isn't held in vain, and you could die because you did that. I'm reminded of one thing, and I'll leave you with this. When Jesus was on the cross, everybody knows it, there was a thief there.
Yes.
that repented. He could have saved those guys, but he didn't from the death penalty. In other words, he allowed the government to execute.
That's a good point.
He took them to hell. Right, but
he didn't have to allow them to be, in particular the criminal next to him that believed in him, and that's all you need is to believe in him, that he is the Lord and he is your Savior, and to accept him and receive the free gift of salvation. And he did, and he defended Jesus, and Jesus could have spared him right there, but he let him be executed. Good point.
Yeah,
well
the
played.
other point is too, like in World War II. I mean, if you didn't fight, justification for war. We would have been speaking German. I'm just telling you that there's a lot of reasons why you have to fight for what you believe in.
Yeah, and let's also say this: does the Pope? And I'm not gonna. I don't want to make it about him. Actually, I'm just going to say this though. I'll just say the Pope since he's the one saying this. Does the Pope want us to not have AR-15s or? Actually, it's more Sonny Hostin said that.
No,
does she not really want the way we're going to keep from being taken over by Nazi Germany again in this country? Whether you're a leftist fearing Trump or whether it's us fearing the Democrats, is to have a frickin' AR-15 and have as many guns as you can. Because the more guns we have, the safer we are, period.
I agree with you. I want to tell you one thing. They're changing the laws right now as we speak. Recently, the federal government has just decided that the transportation of firearms and all the concealed carry and all this kind of stuff is going to be coming in FOID cards and everything. This is all going to be reorganized. But what I want to tell you, I was in Oregon, and you have, by federal law, you can transport a firearm. I was in Oregon, and you know that you can't even stop in that state, even though they allow you to transport a firearm. They don't want you to stay in that state. It's illegal for you to stay there while you're transporting a firearm.
Same thing with New Jersey. They're sick.
Yeah,
I got to roll, but I appreciate your great call. Dawn in Naperville, you are on AM 560 The Answer. Chris Crocken for Dan Proft.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call. There are certain Medicaid programs specifically for people with disabilities. And just so people understand, the state of Illinois has ranked almost last for decades. So people understand what that means is that people with disabilities need certain services, speech therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy. And here's the reality on the ground. The state of Illinois will send you a list of providers. You call those providers, and you know what they say? So we don't take those programs.
That's right.
You ask them why. You want to know why? Well, the state of Illinois doesn't pay, or it's because it's a nightmare to get paid.
Right.
So whoever you are, I don't care what political party you are, it's very easy to get behind a microphone and say something. It's very different on what you live at home. And this,
I agree.
I'm really disappointed in the disability community. They're acting as if it was wonderful before Trump came in.
Right.
No, it's been a mess.
Right.
Don't blame Trump. Fix it in your own state. So that's my issue. You have to look at what's going on in your own state. And just FYI, this new research that's going on with the federal government with autism. So people understand, adults with autism have the highest unemployment rate, more than all disabilities combined, 85%. So it would be very interesting for me to know in the state of Illinois, what is the percentage of adults with autism that are unemployed? Because their school system is supposed to be setting them up for further education and a job and employment. That's what you should be focusing on, trade schools, specifically for adults with autism. Other states have it, like Colorado. So instead of going after Trump and NIH, the question is, what are you doing here?
That's a great point. And I'd say it's easier to go after Trump than it is to fix the problem. Great points. I appreciate your call. Coming up next, we're going to talk to Father John Lovell from the Rockford Diocese and National Mission Director from UnprofitableServants.org. That is next. This is Chris Crock in for Dan Proft on AM 560 The Answer. Time now for Stace Keene with the news.
Good morning. It is 67 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm Stace Keene in the AM 560 newsroom. The number of immigration arrests continue to climb here in Chicago. Fox's Jeff Manasso reports.
Agents from the FBI, ATF, Border Patrol, and ICE overwhelmed the building, coming at it from every exit, even inserting snipers by Black Hawk helicopter on the rooftop. Now, Illinois Democrats who've been opposed to the enhanced immigration efforts are outraged at the show of force in the historically troubled South Shore neighborhood. There were 6 specific targets in the raid believed to be members of the Venezuelan criminal gang Tren de Aragua, also believed to be involved in drug dealing, guns, and weapons. Federal agents picked up 37 undocumented people. The investigation to determine their gang affiliation is not complete, but Chicago Alderman Ray Lopez says he believes the operation will clean up everything from drug dealing to prostitution, and people in the neighborhood will prove to be thankful over time.
News is a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have a medical PPO insurance, find out how you could save 90% off on average to get your smile back. Check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560, The Answer.
Larry Elder explains the legacy of Charlie Kirk.
He had the ability to change people's minds. It's one thing to provoke. It's another thing to have a conversation, a dialogue with people. And at the end of that dialogue, convince someone that maybe, just maybe, I should rethink my assumptions. Maybe, just maybe, I was wrong. This is the impact this man has had.
The Larry Elder Show. Weeknights at 8, right before Sean Hannity at 10 on AM 560. The Answer.
Sean Thompson here, and I'm with attorney Bert Hochberg from the law firm of Schiller, Ducanto, and Fleck. We're talking about divorce arbitration. This is not really a new, or is it a new, innovative way to go through divorce?
Arbitration has been around for decades. It's completely legit and available to resolve divorce cases. The litigants and their lawyers sign an arbitration agreement. They identify what the issues are, and we set up dates, and we determine what experts and witnesses there may be. Arbitration is a hearing, a trial that is intended to finish a case efficiently with limited appeal, with a binding decision, and it's confidential, so it has some great characteristics.
I think it's a unique alternative to divorce. For more information, please visit sdflaw.com and type Bert Hochberg into the search box. That's sdflaw.com or call direct 773-255-6150.
Attention investors with a 401k, IRA, or retirement account. The dollar has lost over 25% of its value in the past 5 years, and it's only going to get worse. Are you prepared for what's about to happen next? We are Advantage Gold, the #1 customer-rated gold IRA company in America, and we are helping Americans prepare for the great de-dollarization by diversifying their portfolios with physical precious metals. We've partnered with former chief economist of the IMF, Kenneth Rogoff, to give away his latest book called Our Dollar, Your Problem, a must-read for investors. Call 800-741-GOLD, and we'll rush a free copy of Our Dollar, Your Problem to your doorstep and include our special gold IRA investing kit, valued at $49. The dollar is losing value fast. Call 800-741-GOLD now to get your free copy of Our Dollar, Your Problem and our free gold IRA investing kit. Supplies are limited. Consult your tax and financial professional before investing. Call 800-741-4653. That's 800-741-GOLD.
Can you read this email for me?
Of course. Jeez, I wish they could do something for your eyesight.
Me too. But you heard what they said. There's nothing we can do.
When vision loss can't be corrected with glasses or surgery and hope seems lost, turn to Spectrios Institute for Low Vision. Spectrios doctors specialize in the treatment of vision loss related to eye diseases such as macular degeneration, glaucoma, and diabetic retinopathy. There is hope, supported by science with personalized rehabilitation plans, occupational therapies, and access technology at Spectrios. Talk to a patient service manager. They'll walk you through the program. Spectrios takes BCBS and Medicare insurance. They also have grants for qualifying patients and offer a Seeing is Believing children's outreach program. Go to spectrios.org, located in Wheaton in a building that says it all, the House of Hope. That's SPECTRIOS.org. Spectrios Institute, the head, heart, and eyes approach to better vision. Remember to keep Spectrios Institute, a 501c, in your estate or legacy planning.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. Available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Traffic overall looking good for the Chicago rush hour Friday. Not too bad. We've got some backups on the Kennedy if you're inbound between Lawrence and Montrose, about a 5-minute backup. 10-minute delay if you're also Kennedy inbound between Montrose and Sacramento Avenue. DuSable Lakeshore traffic stacking on the northbound lanes between Bryn Mawr and Hollywood. The Tri-State Tollway is really getting going. Slow traffic on the ramp to the outbound Eisenhower if you're northbound between Reagan Memorial and the Eisenhower Expressway 290 exit. The Eden's looking okay. Some minor backups in the outbound lanes between Foster and Cicero. An accident clearing up in Lake Zurich if you're Rand Road southbound before Miller Road. All else looking good. Dan Ryan's, DuSable Lakeshore, and the Jane Addams looking good. This report sponsored by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscriptions ever. A great alternative to a mobile phone for your kids. For limited time, go to rapidradios.com for 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. I'm John Cruz. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check out your QC Kinetics forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be very warm, nearing the record of 91 from 1954 with plenty of sunshine. Drought conditions continue. Expect a high of 89. Tonight stays clear and warm with a low of 67. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment brought to you by Unleash Your Wealth with Raj Shah and Rick Borick this Saturday at 7 a.m. and 2 p.m. Learn more at scwealthadvisors.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer. Chris Crock for Dan Prof. Dan's back on Monday. Having a blast with you today. 312-642-5600 is our number. 312-642-5600. Father John Lovell, Diocese of Rockford and National Mission Director, unprofitableservants.org. Father Lovell, thanks for joining us on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Chris, welcome back to Chicago. I remember several years ago flying into Dallas trying to find the conservative talk radio, and you accompanied me for about a 2-hour drive.
No!
So it's good to hear your voice again.
Oh, that's fantastic, brother, man. Thank you very much, Father. That's awesome to hear. So, This whole kerfuffle with the Archdiocese of Chicago, Cardinal Kupich looking at trying to honor Dick Durbin, and Dick Durbin says, I'm not going to take it because of all this pressure. I read this almost two-page lengthy letter that Cardinal Kupich put out there. And he says, some would say the church should never honor a political leader if he pursues policies diametrically opposed to critical elements of the Catholic social teaching. But the tragic reality in our nation today is that there are essentially no Catholic public officials who consistently pursue the essential elements of Catholic social teaching because of our party system. It will not permit them to do so. Well, so my response to that is no. You don't have to give anybody rewards. Wouldn't Christ rather we not give out an award to people just to give them an award? If they're doing something that's unbiblical, that's against the teachings, don't give them an award. Just because somebody does one thing that you think is right doesn't mean you should give them an award for it. Do we have to give awards out to people?
Well, to be honest with you, Chris, I don't think the position of Cardinal Kupich or the position of Senator Dick Durbin on immigration is the Catholic position. And I encourage Catholics to look up both in the Catechism as well as in former papal encyclicals. We have a right as a sovereign nation to defend our borders. We have a right to make sure that children are not being trafficked across the border, across the Rio Grande. We have the right to do that. Every country does. And we have to realize that. So when they try to put in what Cardinal Bernardine called this seamless garment, which is just a bunch of garbage. Right. We have to realize that, no, the preeminent moral issue of our time is abortion, which is the slaughtering of children in the womb, specifically minority children in the womb. Yes. And we have to realize that, no, we should not be backing people like Senator Durbin that do this. I do not find, Chris, it a coincidence that the night before this happened, the Pope came out, again, Southside boy as I am, came out and gave a press conference. That was not a coincidence. I think it was to give cover in order for this award to be withdrawn. And that's just my opinion. But if you just look at what's going on, I think it was to give cover to Cardinal Cupich. There was rising disagreements in the United States Catholic Conference of Bishops. Many bishops were coming out with a statement, and good for them. Good for Bishop Paprocki for leading the way on that.
Yeah, I mean, so did, this is quite interesting to think about. Did the flock rebuke the cloth?
Yes, I would say so, and they have every right to do that in canon law. And they did it, in my opinion, in a very charitable way. They brought it to their local pastors. They brought it to their bishops. And we saw 10 courageous bishops come forward and say, no, this should not happen. Bear in mind, a lot of people might not realize this. Senator Dick Durbin was forbidden from receiving Holy Communion, forbidden from receiving the sacraments until he changes his positions, which are the Democratic talking points.
Right. And, you know, it's true that, for example, I was a Catholic boy born and raised in Chicagoland, but I'm now a Protestant. Doesn't matter which way on that. But the point is this. My pastor, Dr. Robert Jeffress at First Baptist Dallas, friend of Trump's and such, we don't check IDs. We don't check whether you're a Democrat or Republican. We're not a partisan organization. The Catholic Church isn't a partisan organization. We don't check your documentation at the door. We base our values on biblical values. Biblical values inform our voting and our way of life. And I see no difference between that and the Catholic Church. And God, as you mentioned earlier, God wants boundaries. God loves boundaries. Boundaries are biblical. Borders are biblical. And by the way, what is this with Pope Leo and anybody ignoring Romans 13:1? Whether it be the death penalty or whether it be illegals, you should fear the government because God gave the government a sword for a reason, and God put the government in whether you like the government or not, right?
That is somewhat true. First, I just want to make comment, Chris, that once a Catholic, always a Catholic. And you're always welcome
there you go.
to come back.
There you go.
I have priest friends in Chicago that are ready to hear your confession when you're ready.
I'm in trouble. Yes.
But that said, you know, we have to keep in mind that, yes, of course we're against violence. And I just find it interesting that this morning when I woke up, what do I see? I see Father Flager of St. Sabina's coming out and saying the state of the emergency in America is in America, not in Chicago. It is birthed from this president and his administration's reign of terror. And I'm thinking to myself, Donald Trump actually wants to bring peace to the South Side. Now, he might not be doing it in the best way possible. We could all agree or disagree on that. That's fine. Okay. I mean, as somebody who is very much for states' rights, you know, I get worried when I see the federal government nationalizing the Guard and bringing them in, federalizing the Guard, and bringing them in. But, you know, at the same time, if you go into the South Side, into those neighborhoods, many of them want better security, want a better police force coming in. And God bless the Chicago police force. You know, they're being overwhelmed, and you would think that Father Flager would be the first one to welcome that. But again, what does he do? He sticks to the Democratic talking points and basically says that the reign of terror began under Trump. Sorry, the reign of terror on the south side of Chicago began decades ago, and it's something that needs to be cleaned up.
I love what you say, Father Lovell, that Trump seeks peace in the south side of Chicago. Trump seeks peace globally. Trump seeks peace with Gaza and Israel, with Hamas and Israel. Trump seeks peace. And Jesus is the Prince of Peace. And if we ever are doubtful in our daily life or in daily choices or with our career, our work, our family, our life, walk towards peace because Jesus is the Prince of Peace. Is that not correct?
Of course he is. He is the Prince of Peace. And even Bill Maher, the old school lefty that he is, he even admitted that you have to give credit where credit is due. Trump is trying to find a way for peace. And it's as simple as that. Is it going to be a perfect peace? No, you can never have perfect peace until heaven. But he's trying to do that. And again, we could have a whole show dedicated to what President Trump needs to do better. You know, I will give Republicans this because I'm neither a Republican or a Democrat, but I will give Republicans this. All right, they are self-critical of their own party.
Right.
But you look at statements of both Flager, of J.B. Pritzker, of Cardinal Cupich, is that they're living in glass houses. And they better be careful because they're starting to throw stones. And people are getting fed up. They're getting fed up.
Father John, appreciate you very much. Father John Lovell, Diocese of Rockford, National Mission Director of UnprofitableServants.org. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate you coming on this morning, sir.
God bless you, Chris.
God bless you, Father. All right, coming up next, I want to get into this big time. I'm going to tie in radical Islamic terrorism on Yom Kippur, the Jewish holy day, highest holy day for the year on the Jewish calendar. Second of all, I want to get into an amazing, profound statement that a NYU Stern School of Business professor did on, of all places, MSNBC with Morning Joe the other day about Israel versus Gaza, versus Hamas, I should say. And I'm going to tie that in with Northwestern students, radical leftists who don't want to do the anti-bias training as part of a civil rights settlement with Northwestern University. All that's coming up next. This is Chris Crockett for Dan Proft on AM 560 The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hello, this is Alistair Begg. In September of 2026, I'll be teaching the Bible as we cruise through the Norwegian fjords. I'd love for you to join me. Call 855-565-5519 or visit deeperfaithcruise.com.
Hi, this is Sean Thompson. When you take your grandkids to Disney, do they know what's in your investment portfolio? Do they even care? They're busy having a great time, and you're busy making memories. At Alpha Wealth Group, Tom Fortino understands the nuts and bolts of retirement planning, the investments, the stock market, taxes, Social Security, Medicare, and much more. But think about it. What are you really trying to do here? Is your goal to beat the S&P, or is your goal to make memories with your family? At Alpha Wealth Group, their goal is to give you the confidence to spend in retirement without the fear of running out of money. Call Tom Fortino and the team at Alpha Wealth Group to learn more. You can do it today. Call 630-864-6711. The number again, 630-864-6711. To schedule a no-obligation consultation. You can do it today online as well at alphawealthgroup.com. That's alphawealthgroup.com.
Is war in the Middle East the revival of an ancient conflict recorded in the Bible?
The nation of Israel is a resurrected nation. So what if there was going to be a resurrection of another people, an enemy people of Israel?
Dinesh D'Souza's new film, The Dragon's Prophecy, is in theaters October 6th and 8th, streaming and DVD starting October 9th.
We came back to a land that was largely barren and empty, and we brought it back to life, and we're going to keep it.
See the trailer. Order the DVD at thedragonsprophecyfilm.com.
Welcome back to Ask Hassleus. I'm Weston. What's your question?
You know when that big online store has special days with ridiculously low prices?
Yeah.
Why doesn't Hassleus Mattress do that?
We do.
You do? When?
Every day.
Okay, good one. But really, when are the big discounts?
Like I said, every day. You know our showrooms are employee-free.
So I can give your mattresses a try.
With no pushy sales guy.
Yeah, I know.
Well, that allows us to sell Sealy Posturepedic, Beauty Rest, and more for way less.
Give me numbers.
Our 35 beds from the top 5 brands start at $393. Free next day delivery too.
And you do this every day?
Yeah. Plus, through Monday, get a free box spring with every Sealy Posturepedic, Beauty Rest, and more, or take an equal amount off an adjustable base.
Wow.
So I guess you could say now is a prime time to buy.
I see what you did there.
Open 9 to 9. Find an employee-free showroom near you or shop online at hassleus.com.
If you or someone you love are getting high quotes for dental implants, visit almostfreeteeth.com today. With a medical PPO insurance plan, it's possible to save 90% off on average to be able to smile again. Check if you qualify now at almostfreeteeth.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
There we go. Thomas Earl Petty. Okay, so I want to get right into this. We got radical Islamic terrorism on the Jewish holiday, the holiest day of the year on the Jewish calendar, Yom Kippur. And a radical Islamic terrorist comes in. Shocker, he is from Syria. He's a Syrian-born guy who eventually got British citizenship, but he came in as a young child. He was either coming in as an illegal, a.k.a. an asylum seeker, or was allowed in. Either way, this is what happens when his name. By the way, people are shocked. His name is Jihad. His first freaking name is Jihad. Allahu Akbar! So that happened there. He drove into a car and he murdered 2 Jews. He stabbed them before being shot and killed by the cops. Jihad al-Shami, 35-year-old British citizen of Syrian descent. There you go. We need more illegal migrants, don't we? More of this, please. Like the radical Islamists that J.B. Pritzker, Brandon Johnson, and Joe Biden let in from the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, who shot and killed a Jew in the streets of Chicago, having the audacity on the Sabbath to walk with his yarmulke on his cap. That's the crap these people invaded this country with, the Democrats. Now, I want to play a great soundbite. This is from NYU Stern School of Business professor Scott Galloway on MSNBC of all places. Listen to what he says about Israel and the bias against our Israeli friends.
2,200 American servicemen killed at Pearl Harbor. We go on to kill 3.5 million Japanese, including 100,000 in one night. 2,800 Americans in 9/11. We go on to kill 400,000 people in Afghanistan and Iraq. We weren't accused of genocide. You had, if Mexico had elected a jihadist cartel to run their country, and then they incurred into Texas, and on a per capita basis killed 35,000 people, or the population of the University of Texas, and on the way back took the freshman class at SMU hostage and hid them under tunnels, what would we do? It'd be the great Sonora radioactive parking lot. But Jews are not allowed, and Israel is not allowed to prosecute a war. And they are prosecuting a war more humanely than we have done. The ratio of combatants to civilians is, of civilian death to combatant mortality is lower than it was in Mosul, lower than it was in Japan, lower than it was in Germany. So there's just a different standard for Jews in Israel when it comes to prosecuting a war. They're allowed to fight back to a truce, but unlike America or any other Western nation that has attacked this viciously, they're not allowed to win a war. It's a double standard.
He's exactly right. The ratio civilian to combatant deaths is stunningly low. It's the lowest, I believe, in modern warfare history in combat in city type environments. Now, look at this sickness of anti-Semitism. Some Northwestern students, this is from Chicago Tribune today, some Northwestern students boycotting anti-bias training. This is part of the settlement with the Trump administration to root out anti-Semitism on the campus. These people are talking about how they're in a profound moral crisis. One graduate student who works with graduate workers for Palestine, she talks about the ongoing genocide. She doesn't want the other side. She doesn't want to watch a 22-minute video called Building a Community of Respect and Breaking Down Biases, which also includes a segment on anti-Muslim, anti-Arab, anti-Palestinian biases. It doesn't matter, because it is put together by the Jewish United Front, a Chicago-based nonprofit. It's not good enough. The online course explicitly states it's not anti-Semitic to criticize policies, practices, or members of the Israeli government, but yet it's still not enough for radical Islamists. One of these radicals says on campus of Northwestern, this training denies the ethnic cleansing of Palestinian people. Blah, 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 blah. It is never enough for the radical Islamists and the haters of Jews. It is never enough. And you know what? If you won't take this anti-bias stuff that doesn't say it's okay to disagree with Israel, but it's not okay to hate Jews, then you have a problem. Get out. This is Chicago's Morning Answer, AM 560, WIND Chicago.
It's a third day off the job for about 750,000 federal workers. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, and the Senate plans in their vote today to provide funding to reopen the government, but Democrats are expected to block it again, demanding provisions to roll back looming reductions in health care subsidies. And Senator Chris Coons tells Fox,
"We are not fighting for health care for people who are here illegally. That's not true. We are fighting for health care for Americans."
But Republican Senate Leader John Thune accuses Democrats of
hardball politics driven by the demands far left groups are making for Democrat Party leaders to put on a show of their opposition to President Trump.
Now, the president is considering permanently laying off thousands of those furloughed federal workers. Writing on Truth Social, Democrats have given him an unprecedented opportunity. The shutdown is also keeping us more in the dark on the economy, so we won't get updates on things like inflation and and the job market. The report on September's hiring and unemployment was not released this morning as had been planned. It is sentencing day for Sean Diddy Combs in federal court in New York City on 2 prostitution-related convictions from the hip-hop singer and producer's sex scandal. He has sent a letter to the judge who's considering the prosecution push for 11 years in prison.
With Combs offering an apology for, quote, hurt and pain he said he caused others. He also referred to the video of him assaulting ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura as images that play over and over in his mind. Combs called that and other instances of domestic violence a heavy burden he must carry. As for his sentencing, Combs asked for mercy for his and his children's sake.
Fox's Gernal Scott. It is a much different morning for another star singer.
And she said to me, hey.
Taylor Swift's Life of a Showgirl came out at midnight, so millions of her fans are streaming it or buying it in stores. It is Taylor Swift's 12th studio album. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning. It is 68 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm Stace Keene in the AM 560 newsroom. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker says President Donald Trump is to blame for the U.S. government's partial shutdown.
The President of the United States decided to shut down the government because he's unwilling to sit down with Democrats to discuss things.
According to the Citizens Utility Board, ComEd's new electricity price has fallen a bit since the summer, but it's still about 47% higher than it was last October. While Ameren's price dropped more than 30%, the CUB urged all utility customers to review their bills. The utility watchdog says Illinoisians have lost about $2 billion to alternative suppliers in the last decade. A DNA match has led to the identity of a woman who was found dead in Illinois 43 years ago. Jeff Manasso reports.
Haddad's cause of death ruled as suicide, though not clear why she was in Illinois. Her family, in a statement, expressing deep gratitude to investigators, who they say went to great lengths to identify and locate them. Also thanking the people who helped and cared for Linda, and that they're relieved to finally have some answers. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
And Illinois U.S. Representative Mike Quigley of Chicago may be a candidate for Chicago mayor in 2027. According to the Illinois State Board of Elections website, Quigley remains a 2026 candidate for Democratic committee person in his district, but is also filed as a mayoral candidate. This news update is a service of Quick Delivery Service. When you need same-day delivery, when you need the fastest service, when you need a last-minute delivery, go to quickdelivery.com and get a quote right now. That's quickdelivery.com. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes, but time now for the AM 560 Business Beat.
I'm Liz Clayman, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Brent crude, the global benchmark for oil, moved close to $65 a barrel today as traders look at the possible impact of the overnight fire at a Chevron refinery in El Segundo, California, in the Los Angeles area. Prior to today, oil prices were under pressure, with speculation that OPEC Plus will raise output when it meets on Sunday. The government shutdown is in a third day, though stock futures are higher, and the major averages closed at records yesterday. The monthly employment report has been delayed because of the shutdown. Global food prices eased slightly last month. The United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization says lower prices for sugar and dairy contributed, though meat prices rose to a new record and are up more than 6.5% from a year ago. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Coselda. Invested in you.
Your home is a valuable asset, and you want to take care of your home. From roofs, siding, windows, and doors to furnaces, flooring, landscaping, and much more. Listen to your go-to for all things home. It's Home Answers Radio every Sunday morning at 9. Presented by Lang Home Medical Equipment, Valdecast Windows and Doors, and by JeffBuysYourHouse.com. Get answers from industry experts so you can make informed decisions about your home improvement. Right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Well, we decided to develop our own mattress line just, I think, purely from a quality standpoint again.
We wanted to go the opposite way the industry was going. The industry was cheapening things, and we didn't believe in that.
Ben and Arvid from Penny Mustard Furnishings.
The entire mattress industry has gone to one-sided. We still believe that a two-sided is going to last you longer. You can get more comfort out of it.
5 years from now, 10 years from now, I want them to look back and say, wow, I bought that a long time ago, and I'm still really happy with it. That's true in our mattresses. It's true in our furniture.
PennyMustard.com.
You ever wonder why Verizon charges twice as much as Pure Talk for the same basic service? Think it might have something to do with the fact that Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion. That's billion with a B. Yeah, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. That's why they can offer unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Save an additional 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say the words Micro. That's pound 250, Micro.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-809-7171. That's 800-809-7171.
Let's get your Friday started. Eden's looking good outbound between Foster and Cicero. Just some minor delays. It'll take you about 46 minutes if you're inbound on the Kennedy from O'Hare to the Byrne interchange. Also, brake lights coming alive inbound Kennedy between Montrose and Sacramento Avenue. About a 12-minute delay in that area. It's about a 45-minute drive on the inbound Eisenhower from Jane Addams to the Old Post Office. Going out on the Ike from Old Post Office to Wolf, about a 20-minute drive. 15-minute backup of your Stevenson inbound from 355 to DuSable Lakeshore. Traffic building on the Dan Ryan inbound between 95th and Chicago Skyway. That's about a 25-minute drive. The Jane Addams is slowing down. It's about a 65-minute drive if you're on the eastbound lanes between Meacham and Route 53. No delays on the tollways, Reagan Memorial and Veterans Memorial. Looking good. I'm John Cruz. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Now a check of your QC Kinetics weather forecast from the National Weather Service.
Today will be very warm, nearing the record of 91 from 1954 with plenty of sunshine. Drought conditions continue. Expect a high of 89 tonight. Stays clear and warm with a low of 67. I'm meteorologist Jason Caterina on AM 560, The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Real Story with Jeannie Ives, powered by Breakthrough Ideas, Sunday evening at 7 on AM 560 The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft on AM 560 The Answer.
AM 560, The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer. Chris Kroc filling in for Dan Proft. Dan is back on Monday. 312-642-5600 is our number, 312-642-5600. Scott McKay from The Hayride is the publisher of The Hayride, senior editor at The American Spectator, and author of Racism, Revenge, and Ruin from Hellmarsh with Love, a Mike Holman novel, and most recently, Blockbuster. Scott, how are you, my friend?
Hey, thanks for having me on, and happy Friday to you.
Absolutely to you, too. We got some breaking news I wanted to talk to you about, too. I don't know if you saw journalist Nick Sorter has been arrested by the Portland Police. Yeah, and so I wanted to give you the latest. I don't know, it's like to the minute. I got a couple different things here. First, so just for folks that might not be sure about this, journalist Nick Sorter was at the Portland ICE facility outside there and was doing journalism. And there was one of these Portland radical leftist Antifa members burning a flag. He grabbed it, put it out. And then shortly thereafter, he was attacked. He was then arrested by Portland police. Funny enough, you know that another journalist, I can't remember what her name is. You probably will know her name before I do. She was assaulted a day or two ago by an Antifa member with a flagpole, and the Portland police, she went to them. They did nothing.
Right.
And Nick Sorter is attacked violently, and he's arrested. I want you to tell me everything, but let me just read the latest that just came across my wire here minutes ago. Bill Malugin, Fox News, just spoke on the phone with Nick Sorter. after he was released from Portland from custody. I guess ICE was sent over there to get him out. He tells me, quote, he's been charged with disorderly conduct. I asked what happened. He says he was getting video of protesters getting maced by federal agents, which was embarrassing video for them as they were crying. He says they then swarmed and surrounded him, pushed him down on a flower bed. Someone threw a punch. Nick says he swung back and missed, then disengaged, walked over to a group of Portland PD. He was then shocked to be arrested by them as he sat in the back of a police cruiser while officers figured out what to charge him with. I asked him about the female protester who was also arrested with him. He said he talked to her in the jail. She didn't seem like she was the one who assaulted him. Also, Benny Johnson says DHS source just confirmed to me that ICE agents have been dispatched to the Portland local jail to see if they can take custody of him. And he says he just spoke with DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, too. She's been briefed on the attack and arrest of journalist Nick Sorter. Noem says DHS will surge ICE resources in Portland. Antifa is a terrorist group and will not control our streets, she says. What are your thoughts on all this? And tell me what you know. You might know more than I do.
Well, I don't. The female journalist who got hit with the flagpole is, I believe her name is Katie Daviscourt.
That's it. That's it. Thank you.
And I mean, in the video of that was like kind of crazy. She gets popped with this flagpole, and the person that hit her is like on video for like several minutes after that. They followed this idiot,
right?
And like I totally identify, and the cops do nothing. And yet, when you get attacked and you fight back, you get arrested. And I'm not going to trash the police officers in Portland. They are under the thumb of a political leadership that is, without question, pro-Antifa.
Right.
I mean, and this goes all the way up to the federal level and so forth, which is the feds decide that they're going to bring in personnel to protect federal installations in Portland that have been under attack continuously for months, if not really 5 years or more. There's nothing wrong with Portland. This is a very vibrant city.
Yeah.
All the storefronts are empty in Portland. They've destroyed that town. The only thing that's keeping that place afloat is the federal money they're able to trail in. Like, they've killed that city. And really what's true is the political class in Portland has violated the civil rights of the people in Portland by promoting chaos.
Yes.
And, I tweeted at Harmeet Dillon this morning after Nick Sorter got arrested. It's like, hey, this is a civil rights violation when you intentionally it's the same thing as, for example, in Mississippi when the local law enforcement did nothing. And I'm not even talking about the Klan lynching people, just like as the civil rights of the black community in Mississippi were violated nonstop by the intimidation and everything else that the white citizens councils were doing.
Yes.
Like, this is a worse problem than that. This is everyone in Portland is having their civil rights violated because the local law enforcement and political class refuses to do anything about the terrorist group in their midst. And yet, the feds say, okay, we've had enough of this and we're going to put a stop to it because mostly it's our facilities getting attacked. And all of a sudden, it's like the feds are the problem. This can't stand. This actually does qualify as an insurrection. It's been going on forever. The mainstream media, legacy corporate propaganda press refuses to report on it. At worst, it's a Republicans' pounce story that these guys are running. Somebody's got to do something about it. And they're going to trash the Trump administration for getting involved. But really, if you can make a criticism of this, it's that they're so late in getting in. This should have been done in January.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. I wanted to ask you about something else, too, with the shutdown. I read your column. I love this. First of all, let's play a little music. La música ahora, por favor. The Sombrero shutdown needs some time to deliver its benefits. Your article in The Spectator, I loved it. So I got to ask you this, a few things. Now, number one, you talk about how this is their shutdown, and let's take it and let's run with it. I've been quoting you throughout the morning from this article where you say that some appropriations have already been passed, And tell me how we should be using this. I thought it was brilliant. You'll put it in a better way than I will. Take this and run with it and go all the way through to November when it come for the appropriations bill for the next fiscal year. Talk to me about that, what we should be doing.
Okay, well, to adequately describe this, you have to actually go back about 25 years or more. I mean, you have to go back a generation into the last century, which was the last time we actually did a budget in regular order. And what that means is you have 12 appropriations bills that fund the various agencies of the federal government. And they're supposed to be passed every year. And like the bill is, here's what the Department of blah, blah, blah is going to do, and this is the money for it. And that is a smart way to budget. It's the proper way to make things work because you're not jamming everybody up on a vote at the last minute, right? Like you can go through each agency's budget, you can see what they do, you can decide what you want to fund and what you don't. That's regular order. We haven't done that since the 90s. Okay, that the last time we had a balanced budget, we did it in regular order. Ever since then, we get to these shutdown moments, and we're doing continuing resolutions, which essentially say, all right, we're gonna spend what we spent last year, plus this thing and that thing and this other thing. And what happens is we get these omnibus bills, at Christmas or something, and they're loaded up with garbage, and everybody who votes on the bill essentially is a gun to their head, and they're disgusted at having to vote for them. We're disgusted at them, but the alternative is, oh my God, they shut the government down, and how irresponsible is that? And so this has been the paradigm, and it's gotten D.C. very rich at the expense of the rest of the American people. Mike Johnson, criticize Johnson all you want. Mike Johnson's number one suicidal priority as House Speaker is to get back to regular order. And he's almost there, right? Like the whole point of this CR that they were doing was to get to November so that the next thing they were going to do in the budget was to get all of these 12 appropriations bills passed. 3 of them have left the House, were passed in the Senate with amendments, and are sitting in conference right now. So we're almost there funding 3 out of the 12. The other 9 are set to go on the House floor, and they decided to try to drop a CR to get 6-7 weeks so that they would have time to get the other 9 out and let the Senate vote on them. So they figured, look, it's a 7-week CR. This shouldn't be a problem. And here come the Democrats that want to jack up the country for $1.5 trillion worth of spending that has already been done away with in the big, beautiful bill.
Right.
Okay, this is they want to rescind $1.5 trillion worth of either cuts or things that were supposed to go away. A lot of this money was Biden-era COVID spending that they want to keep going forever, which, of course, every time the government decides to do something temporary, it becomes permanent. And so that's where we are, including, and this is the whole point here is, including health care for illegals. Now, they say, oh, that's not true. But what this is it's funding hospitals for treating illegal aliens in the emergency room. And if you know anything about how this works, the ER is where all the money gets wasted because it's emergency health care, right? You have to do tests and you had to crash all this stuff out when somebody shows up in the ER. Well, that's what the illegals do. They show up in the ER and they make the most expensive health care possible when they go in there on a Saturday night, and you wait for 5 hours when you go to the ER as a result of this. So we want to discourage that by not spending as much money on it. And the Democrats have now shut the government down because they want this. And now they're denying that illegals have anything to do. Everything about this is an utter lie. Okay? Right. The whole point is, by doing this, they have now given Russ Vought, who is the OMB director, and who has dreamed about this very scenario
yes.
his entire adult life.
Yes.
The ability, like the plenary power to say, okay, let's go into the federal budget and let's rework the entire thing. So he already has a plan. He's just got to get Trump's okay on it. And he's firing hundreds of thousands of federal employees and getting rid of entire agencies and programs that, from a Republican perspective, we don't need. And once those things go away, once those people are riffed
they're gone.
rather than furloughed, they're gone. And everything we spend on them comes away from the budget baseline, which, remember, every time you hear numbers about the budget, they always do like a 10-year thing.
Yes.
So when you cut $100 million government program, all right, you're going to cut $100 million this year, but you're cutting $1 billion
right.
plus some, because that program gets a 5 to 7% automatic increase every year.
Yes.
So you're cutting 150 or $1.5 billion rather than $100 million. This is a big deal. And if the Republicans, if the Trump administration sticks to its guns on this, what they will do, and this is what I suggested, is don't pass a CR at this point.
Right.
Have the government shut down for 6 or 7 weeks. Let the Democrats absolutely poop their pants over this problem.
Yes.
And then just pass the 12 appropriations bills and say, you want a budget? This is all you're getting. We're not doing anything else. And at that point, you have now passed a budget, probably that's smaller than what you were going to otherwise do. You've passed the budget in regular order, and the new status quo is a smaller baseline with a schedule, and the Democrat Party realizing that there is some foe to their fa. And that's where we can be if these guys will stick to their guns. And the great piece about this is that rather than talking about how terrible the shutdown is, everybody's laughing at sombrero memes.
Yes. Sombrero. Oh, here, a little more here. A little bit more. Here we go.
Video, and we're going to continue to make clear, bigotry will get you nowhere. We are fighting to protect the health care of the American people in the face of an unprecedented Republican assault.
We're having fun, aren't we?
It is. And I mean, the fact that, look, Chuck Schumer was in this situation back in March, and he refused to send his guys through to filibuster the CR at the time. Okay. And at that point, it was like, no, we can't do this because it's going to be a disaster. And that guy at OMB is going to wreck us if we do it. And he got, if you remember, he got raked over the coals by the hard left because they wanted the fight. Well, he said, okay, I'll give you the fight. Schumer knows exactly how bad this is for them.
Yes.
But they were going to get him. And so he says, okay, I'll let you have what you want. The problem is they're going to blame him either way. Chuck Schumer's not going to be the Senate minority leader for very much longer. They're going to get it.
Let me share this. There's couple big things I want to get to real quickly. Number one, last night it was in the news that $538 million was cut from new green scam crap in Illinois, which is fantastic. But this morning, I got so excited about this. OMB Director Russ Vought, who you're talking about, freezes $2.1 billion in funds for the city of Chicago for infrastructure projects during the government shutdown to ensure it's not flowing via race-based contracting. So this is great news and more winning. But I wanted to also juxtapose that with the Wall Street Journal today writing this. I'm sure you saw this morning. It kind of came out last night, actually. White House, this makes me very nervous, worried, and angry if this happens. White House senses political risk on health care despite shutdown bravado. Trump aides are discussing proposals to extend Obamacare subsidies on which millions of Americans rely. Here we go. Quick little points, then I want to hear your thoughts. Trump team is concerned Republicans will be blamed for allowing health care subsidy to expire, increasing costs for millions. Subsidies would raise premiums for over 20 million people. White House aides are discussing proposals to extend Affordable Care Act subsidies, but Trump hasn't made a decision. Dude, this makes me so freaking livid if they pull this crap. What are your thoughts on this? Do you think he's going to go along with this? What do you think?
Well, what I will say is folks who want to get into this, and healthcare is such a in the weeds issue, it's unbelievable.
Yes.
It's the reason why everybody kind of wets their pants about this and makes bad decisions. But the America First Policy Institute has like a whole raft of stuff that they'd like to see Trump endorse on healthcare. One of the things is, remember, Obamacare is all individual healthcare market, right? If you get your healthcare or your health insurance through your employer, it's not Obamacare, right? This is the fact that the Democrats wrecked the individual healthcare market.
Yes.
And so now it's like basically paying you so that you can afford the horrible insurance premiums that you get through Obamacare. AFPI has this idea that what they would do is they will allow people to get health insurance through various like associations that they would join, like maybe your college alumni association would offer a group health insurance plan that you could sign up on. Or, like people do it. Kind of MediShare is sort of an example of this, even though it's not structured like health insurance. But like the problem is you're buying individual health insurance in a market that's structured for a group product, and you need to be able to set up group health insurance that doesn't work off of your employment. And so if you allow organizations to do group health insurance the way employers do, you're going to eliminate the need for Obamacare, right? You just join join AAA and you can get health insurance through it. If you did it that way, you would eliminate this problematic market where the health insurance companies can then underwrite you individually and mark you up for every little thing that they find that they can mark you up for. If you're just signing up for a group, then they're not able to do that, and you will get less of a hit on your premiums. That's where the Trump administration needs to go. The problem is how long it'll take to set that up. And so if they're going to extend these subsidies, they may have to do it for like a year before they can bring a bill that would fix this problem more permanently.
I got to roll.
Kind of where they're jammed up.
I got to roll, but all I got to tell you is if they pull this crap and let this get in the way of this, it'll peeve me off like nobody's business. Scott McKay. Yeah, exactly. Publisher of The Hayride, senior editor at the American Spectator, and author of Racism, Revenge and Ruin, From Hellmarsh with Love, a Mike Holman novel, and most recently, Blockbuster. Thank you. Very good to have you on. Always great having you on. Appreciate you.
Thanks. Have a great weekend.
You too. We got Open Line Friday. Coming up next, it's Chris Kroc in for Dan Proft on AM 560. The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's Cybersecurity Awareness Month, and LifeLock is here with tips to help protect your identity. Use strong passwords, set up multi-factor authentication on your accounts, report phishing, and update your software on all your devices. And for comprehensive identity protection, LifeLock is your best choice. LifeLock not only alerts you to suspicious uses of your personal information, but also fixes identity theft, guaranteed, or your money back. So stay smart, stay safe, and stay protected with a 30-day free trial at LifeLock.com. Use the promo code BECK. Terms to apply.
AM 560. The Answer.
Open mic! Open mic Friday! Call it now! Open mic Friday!
AM 560, The Answer, Chicago's Morning Answer. Chris Kroc in for Dan Proft. He's back on Monday. You can follow me on Twitter at Chris Kroc Show. That's at Chris Kroc Show, CHRISKR. Okay, we kick off Open Mic Friday with David Kolsak. Hey, David.
Good morning, Chris. Well, I remember when I first heard about this ban on TikTok a couple of years ago. I thought it was all about keeping China out of the hearts and minds out of our young people. I'm not personally a TikTok user, but I know many people that are, and they get their recipes, their cute little videos, and lots of entertainment. Some people are on it all day long, and it's their only source of information. You know, what I find interesting is that we're all looking at government shutdowns, ICE protests, and Trump mariachi memes that make fun of Hakeem Jeffries, TikTok, and Paramount. We're kind of quietly handed over to the Ellison family, and that's a big deal. This recent takeover of TikTok by Larry Ellison and the acquisition of Paramount by his son David Ellison represent a seismic shift in the global media and tech landscape with profound implications for the entertainment industry, social media, and Israeli interests. You know, Larry Ellison's Oracle-led consortium now controls a majority stake in TikTok's U.S. operations, while David Ellison's Skydance Media has acquired Paramount Global, which includes CBS, MTV, Nickelodeon, and Showtime. This gives the Ellison family influence over content creation with Paramount's film and TV studios, content distribution with CBS and TikTok, and content algorithms with Oracle's control over TikTok's algorithm. So this vertical integration, content, platform, and algorithm is unprecedented and positions the Ellisons as one of the most powerful media dynasties in the world. Now, you have to look at who Larry Ellison is and what he's all about. First off, he's a big data guy who founded Oracle. It's probably one of the biggest, most powerful companies that most of the world relies on, and nobody really talks about. You know, Oracle is the database in the background, and the power in that data is just absolutely massive. Oracle has major contracts with the government. Larry Ellison is also a proponent of a national ID card system and a surveillance state. He's also one of the largest supporters of the IDF, sending millions to support Israeli soldiers, not to mention that he's a close personal friend of Benjamin Netanyahu. They vacation together. He even wanted him on his board. So he's the poster boy for big data, cameras on every corner, and a big supporter of Israel, and one of the richest men in the world. Larry's son, David, who's in his early 40s, founded Skydance Media in 2006 with the help of his father. David and his company have financed some high-profile films like Top Gun Maverick and Mission Impossible sequels. Although he's established himself as more than just a trust fund kid like his dad, he's integrating technology into his commercial ventures. Now, whoever controls the social media platforms wields a lot of power. You can see that with Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. So the reason we're all told that it's necessary to get TikTok into the hands of an American is because the platform is a threat to national security. You simply can't have a foreign government own such a powerful platform. That's what's being told to us. So it's a done deal. The Ellisons now control traditional media with CBS and Paramount, as well as the new media with TikTok. And with this newfound power, the Ellisons can shape cultural narratives across all generations, especially the young ones. Their influence extends beyond entertainment into geopolitics, especially on shaping U.S. public opinion. Whether you like it or not, they're in control of shaping your opinion on national security, the Middle East, and Israel. What's more is that Oracle's AI and cloud infrastructure could be used to personalize content delivery, integrate surveillance tools, and monetize user behavior, and that's a big deal. The Ellisons can blur the lines between entertainment, propaganda, and commerce. The Ellison family's dual takeover of TikTok and Paramount is not just a business story, it's a strategic realignment of media power with deep political and geopolitical implications. For Israel, it represents a potential boost in global narrative control and digital influence. For the entertainment and social media industries, it signals a future where a few powerful actors shape not just what we watch, but how we think. And we should be mindful of that as the algorithms change and the content is released. And you can rest assured that this has nothing to do with China. So have a great weekend, Chris. Nice talking with you.
David, you have a great weekend. Nice talking with you. All right, let's go to It's Open Line Friday, of course, and we want you to call in at 312-642-5600, 312-642-5600. Let's go to Glenn in Orlando. Glenn, you are on AM 560. The Answer. Chris Crock in for Dan Proft. Hello, Glenn. If I can hit the right button. There we go. Hey, Glenn. Hey, Glenn.
There we go. Hey, Chris. Happy Friday. So
Happy Friday.
I think it was last night the Apple CEO took down the application to monitor the location of ICE agents.
Yes, ICE Block app was taken off.
Pam Bondi. So
Yes.
I have a radical idea, being the radical person I am. Why don't we have an application that monitors the location of criminals?
Yes! Dude, you're a freaking genius. Thank you. That's spot on, man. Great call. That literally was awesome. Okay, we got a line open at 312-642-5600. Lou, you are in Western Pennsylvania. Hello, Lou. You are on AM 560, The Answer.
Chris, hi. Good to hear you on the show for Dan. And I've got two questions for you.
Yes.
First, how is the news determined, and who gets to determine it?
The news is determined by, well, it depends. That's a great question. Wherever you're consuming the news, it's determined by whoever's in charge of that news outlet, of the alleged news outlet. What was your second question?
Staying with the first and getting to the second, that news that we hear and see each day, someone puts it on.
Yes.
And it seems we have the same 4 or 5 topics for like a couple days in a cycle. Then it changes. Who calls the shots on all that?
That's a great question. Well, I'll tell you this. You know what's interesting? Let's look at this. So the biggest outlet I consume outside of Twitter and all the outlets that I follow on Twitter would be Fox. And Fox covers what fake news CNN and fake news MSNBC and CBS and NBC and ABC, what they will not cover 9 times out of 10. So it really does depend on what the agenda of the outlet is. The reason why Fox is the most watched news outlet in America is because they tell the truth. And they do present it with a conservative slant, but they tell the truth. And they have open debate. They have Democrats and Republicans on, and people are allowed to go nuts. I mean, you have somebody on like the 5, like Jessica Tarloff, or what's his name, the other guy, Harold Ford Jr., and they say what they want to say. And they might be going at it with people, but they say what they want to say. The other side seeks to, they literally shut out. For example, the speaker was on Fake News CNN yesterday, and she literally said that's not true. She cut him down, and she cut off his press conference. They cannot handle the fact that Democrats do support health care for illegals. Lou, I appreciate your call, sir. Great questions. We've got another line open at 312-642-5600. It's Open Line Friday on AM 560. The Answer. Chris Crockett for Dan Proft. Let's go to Nick. Nick, you are on the northwest side. Hello, you're on AM 560, The Answer.
Yeah, thank you very much. Today is my birthday. I'm in the big 76.
Happy birthday. You're 67 years old. That's great.
No, 76.
No, you're 67.
Oh, thank you. I like you even more now. You're doing a better job now, Selbing, than you did last time. And last time you did a very good job, so I'm impressed. I was going to ask people for a birthday present to please think about the next election for the midterms. Trump, when he came down the golden escalator many years ago, or not that many, but, he could have turned to his wife and said, see all these nice things we have? It's got a little change of plans. And he could have announced it. I'm not running quite right now. I'm going to think about it. Maybe I'll have an announcement in a few days. I'll see. But he's doing all this because he's concerned about the country. And it's cost him a lot with stress and financially. If those who vote center left normally voted center right this time, that made the difference for Trump to win. Besides the loyal people to Trump. Please, please, please look at the mess that the Biden administration made, even internationally with relations with different countries. But we got to have this man back in office, and we got to have people in there in the Congress, in the U.S. Senate, and in the U.S. House of Representatives. And that's all I want to ask you. Please consider that he deserves your respect with the vote you give him. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Happy birthday, Nick. 67 and getting younger every day. I got to tell you this, too. We got a couple lines open at 312-642-5600, 312-642-5600, Open Line Friday on AM 560, The Answer. Chris Crockett for Dan Proft. I got to tell you a couple other things, too. You were talking about the Congress, and we got the midterms coming up. The midterm race is pretty much already on. The good news is that while the middle-of-the-road people might not like Trump as much or this or that right now, the Democrats are going to lose in this shutdown. They started it, and they're going to lose. As long as we play our cards right, which really it's kind of hard to not play the cards right in this one. And so they're going to get their asses handed to them. Excuse my language. They're going to get their asses handed to them. I do believe. So we're in a good position for the midterms right now. By the way, the last time going into the midterms, 2 years ago, I think we were down by 8 points, maybe even 10 points. And right now we're only down by 2. And that's very bad news for the Democrats. They don't know what the hell they're doing. And they keep trying to do stunts. And they're so stupid and so fake and contrived. They can't just take a flippant joke. And they got to act all holier than thou, and they embarrass themselves and beclown themselves. All right, let's go next. Let's go to Buffalo Grove, where I lived for many, many years, from age 12 to 22. Hello, Diane. You are on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. Thanks.
Good morning.
Love your show.
Thank you. Love you too.
Great.
Love you so much. I love you so much. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm always a little bit unhappy with a lot of the rhetoric that comes out from a previous caller, from David, regarding Ellison. We as Americans would be very fortunate if, in fact, that there's even greater collaboration of intelligence information between Israel and America.
Yes, I agree.
And and I just wanted to say that his rhetoric and his assertions at times are highly offensive and anti-American and malign the state of Israel. And if you do watch Fox and Salem, you do find very positive stories about Israel that are 360 or 180 different from the blasphemous lies that are told about that state. So I appreciate your allowing me to share my perspective.
I 100% agree with you. I love our friends and our brothers and sisters in Israel. I'm a goy, as my Jewish friends from Highland Park used to call me, a goyim. But I am with Israel lockstep 110%, and I want, truthfully, I hope that Hamas doesn't take this deal so that Israel can crush those bastards, and crush every last one of them. I know they're not going to be able to kill all of them, but we need to kill as many of them as possible. So Trump gave him my understanding is they got about 2 or 3 days to accept the deal, and he's going to let Bibi finish the damn job, kill those bastards. And by the way, 3/4 of those people supported Hamas months after they slaughtered and murdered and raped and kidnapped Jews and started sexually torturing them while in captivity. 3/4 of those bastards, but I got to just say it, 3/4 of them supported Hamas in a poll inside of Gaza. So I don't want one of them people coming to this country. One is too many. And they supported it. They voted for this crap, so they can hate it and swill in it, but that's what they voted for. I appreciate your call.
Thank you. Take care. You bet.
You too.
Bye.
All right. Let me see here. Let's go to, oh my gosh, we've got the Prime Minister of Ireland. This is amazing. Hello from Ogden Dunes, Indiana.
Chris Crock, I would offer you some crock pottery, if you know what that is.
Aye.
Have you heard the expression, hurt people?
Yes.
Well, I was reading Marlene Matlin's autobiography, and in fact, she was with this William Hurt, and in fact, he beat her like a drum, she says in the autobiography. So, in fact, hurt people did hurt people.
I see.
That's great. Number 2, Chris Crock. What is the relationship between, on the one hand, a bus station on the wrong side of the tracks, and on the other, a lobster with breast implants?
I don't know.
I'll repeat it again. A bus station in the ghetto, I'll say in the ghetto, versus a lobster with breast implants. Are you ready?
Yes, I don't know. Yeah.
One is a crusty bus station, and the other is a busty crust station. Don't you know?
Oh! Hold on.
It's easy when you know the language. Thank you, Chris Crock.
You're welcome. I got a little something for you there. Hold on. If I can get my little, hold on 1 second. There we go. All right. Thank you very much for your call, Prime Minister. And let's go to... Let's go to... Who do we got here? Let's go to Beverly. Mike and Beverly, you are on AM 560 The Answer. Hello. Open Line Friday, AM 560. Chris Silverdan. Hey.
Hey, Chris. Great show. I just want to talk. I was listening to talk radio last night in the UK, and they had the Minister of Anti-Semitism, and they asked him point blank, did you think it was a good idea that the British government acknowledged Palestine as a government?
Sick.
And the guy said that is a completely irrelevant question to the attack that just happened. And he's like, no, it doesn't. When you acknowledge terrorists because Hamas said they won when Britain acknowledged them as Palestine as a government. And I just wanted your thoughts on that.
That's exactly right, and that it has everything to do with it. We just had a radical Islamic, Syrian-born national who was probably an illegal migrant that they accepted, grafted into that country or came in through chain migration, drive his car on the high holy day of Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the Jewish calendar. Drove in, his first name is Jihad. There's your clue, your first clue. His first name is freaking Jihad. Drove his truck or car into the Jewish synagogue because Jews have the audacity to worship their God, and the same God I worship. He crashed into there and he started stabbing and killing them until the cops shot him. Radical Islamic terrorists are allowed to, they have fomented in that country. What they do is they rewarded the terrorist Hamas. They said, you committed October 7th, you murdered Jews, you slaughtered them, you raped them, you tortured them, you kidnapped them, we're going to give you your own state. So it's a disgusting, filthy thing they did. And I'm glad we're ridiculing them. Our administration is ridiculing them for that and saying you're an idiot and you're not going to do that. Screw those bastards. And no, they should not get their own state. Absolutely not. No, we don't reward radical Islamic terrorism and give them a state. Appreciate your call, sir. Let's go to Robert in Bloomingdale on Father Flegger. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, Chris, how you doing this morning?
Good, sir.
Good. First of all, the PM of Ireland, how do you follow up on that? I mean,
it was brilliant. I'm speechless. I'm going to get some Irish Spring at the grocery store today. That's how I'm going to follow up.
Same here. No, you were talking a couple callers back about Senator Durbin getting an award from Cardinal Stupich.
Yeah.
And that's
I like that.
unacceptable. I mean, the guy is pro-abortion, and how can the Catholic Church back somebody who's a pro-abortionist like Senator Durbin and give him anything? And then you're right, nobody should receive an award. Your deeds are done and judged by God himself. And in my opinion, Father Flagger is a radical and should be excommunicated from the Catholic Church because he goes opposite of what the Catholics even stand for. Even his mass aren't standard with the Catholic Church. What do you think?
Well, I think that Father, I love what the father from Father John Lovell said from Diocese of Rockford, where he said that Flegger says that Trump is terrorizing people. No, Trump's bringing peace to the south side of Chicago. That's what I think, and I think Father Flegger is against peace. I think he wants he doesn't want peace because that gives him. Gets him out of a job. Let's go to Scott in Sycamore. You are on AM 560. The Answer. Chris Crocken for Dan Proft. He'll be back on Monday, by the way, on Open Line Friday. Good morning.
Good morning. How's it going? So I have a comment to make, and it's kind of piggybacking off of one of the callers earlier. What people don't seem to get is when you look at the conservative news networks like Salem or Fox, they're going to give you the whole press conference or the whole story or the whole video and then want you to make an opinion off of it. They'll give you their commentary, but they want you to make an opinion of it. Where the CNN and all the rest of these liberal news networks, they're going to give you snippets of those same press conferences and videos, and then they're going to tell you how you should think.
That's exactly right.
You should believe, but they're never going to give you the whole story. They're going to manipulate that video, and the sad part about it is those are the networks that all the normal worker bees of this world are listening to on a daily basis through music, news, movie, TV shows. Once you wake up and you see it, then you pay attention to it, add it into everything we watch and listen to and do on a daily basis. And that's where people need to wake the hell up.
I totally agree, and I'm scrolling down to find this particular soundbite to play for you. Where here, Speaker Johnson I'm going to read to you what he said, and I'm going to play with the soundbite. It's a 33-second soundbite, but first, his tweet said CNN is not a news organization. They cut off the Republican press conference to censor the truth from the American people and lie about indisputable facts. Here's what happened. Listen to this.
The Working Families Tax Code included a huge provision. A big chunk of that bill was the health provisions. Now, why are we saying that they want to restore? taxpayer-funded benefits to illegal aliens? Because that's exactly what they did. When they rejected the clean CR that we sent over, the Senate Democrats.
All right, we're listening here to Speaker Johnson. He's trying to frame the shutdown as a Democratic shutdown. He also falsely claimed that Democrats want to give extend health care to illegal immigrants. That is not true. Illegal immigrants are not eligible for federal health care.
She's lying, and she is doing exactly what you said. She's telling you what to think. Spot on, my friend. Let's go to Bridgeport. John, you are on AM 560. The Answer. Chris and Verdan. Hey.
Hi, Chris. I wanted to get your opinion on something. If you could be a fortune teller here, how much time do we have? Like, let's say my parents are on the pension system for the city of Chicago, retired. Let's say I'm a city worker. I'm looking to retire in about 5 years. Will there be a pension for either of us in the months and the years to come? I really can't figure this out, how we're looking. But what I am seeing is really, unless you're a teddy bear daycare or some taco place, there aren't really many businesses being open in the city of Chicago, which means no tax revenue. So I really don't know how this is going to play out regarding my pension. Will I have it for my lifetime, or should I go find something else ASAP?
I'm amazed at how many poor fools there are, leftists who continue to vote Democrat in the state of Illinois and continue to vote for this failure. I think that they're going to bankrupt the state until they're going to do everything they can to make sure pensions come in so they don't get voted out of office and implode. And they're going to bankrupt the state and bankrupt the city until they can't bankrupt it anymore. I think that's what's going to happen. As far as how long you got, I don't know. But I can tell you this. I think the Democrat Party of the state of Illinois and in the city of Chicago will do everything they can to not end the pensions, and will just continue to bankrupt everything so that they don't, and suck everything dry with the pensions. That's my guess. How long that is, I do not know, my friend. Let's go to LaGrange. Greg, you are on AM 560. The Answer.
Morning, Chris. How are you today?
Good, sir. Thank you.
So, in regards to the earlier caller where the woman was responding to Mr. Kosak, I thought, I think what we need to do is we need to find out information. We need to find sources. And that leads to my second, request. I came in on Scott McKay interview a little bit late, and I'd like to know which piece you referenced where he explains this out about the healthcare issue specifically, because we need to get this right, and we need to be able to tell people where to go and what to do. And to do that, I have to know where to go and what to do.
I will tweet out his article so that you can check it out for yourself. It's called "The Sombrero Shutdown The Sombrero Shutdown needs some time to deliver its benefits" from The Spectator. I'll tweet that out on my Twitter feed, okay? And I'll give out the Twitter handle in a minute, okay? Promise you. Thank you very much. I'll tweet that out as soon as we hit the end of the show here. Follow me on Twitter at Chris Kroc Show. That's at Chris Kroc Show, ChrisKrok. Again, the article is called "The Sombrero Shutdown Needs Some Time to Deliver Its Benefits" from The Spectator, and I will tweet that out. All right, let's go to Waukegan, right by where I spent the first 12 years of my life in Lindenhurst, Illinois, and I was on WKRS, the talk of Lake County, in my first talk show career earlier on in my career. Hello, Bill in Waukegan. How are you, brother?
Hey, good morning, Chris. Thanks for taking my call.
Welcome.
Hey, I just wanted to comment on what the father had said earlier. It's an embarrassment that we have the Senate leadership that we do, and that Dick Durbin was this close to getting an award for being able to, lopside his personal feelings and his religion just for the sake of votes and trying to acquiesce to the left. I don't even know what kind of man that guy is. And the fact that Cardinal Cupich, I'm a Catholic, and I kind of been reborn since I did the Camino de Santiago in Spain. Mm-hmm. And I tell you, there's nothing more disappointing to me than that scumbag guy representing us and for the many years that he has. And he has come out of it as a multi-millionaire, and yet he just doesn't seem to get it. And that his relationship with God should be the foundation of all of his decisions. And he's not done that. And it's an embarrassment to the city of Chicago. And I wanted to echo what everybody has said. You have done a great job taking over for my little boyfriend, Dan. So thank you for what you do, and have a great weekend, sir.
Wait, don't hang up on me yet, because I want to tell you something. I appreciate you so much, but let me tell you this.
Yes.
A few things. First of all, it really seems to me, in reading the 2-page release from Supich, that he was searching to find a way to give an award to Dick Durbin. What in God's name are you doing trying to give an award to a politician? He's searching for a reason. He seems to claim, well, just because there's somebody's not this doesn't mean we can't give them a reward. Let me tell you something. Jesus himself would not give. Listen. If you're going to be doctrinal, you would rather have 5 people in your congregation than 500 people if you're teaching the truth and the Word of God. Instead of having 5,000, I'll take 1. What that means is you don't have to give anybody an award. Nobody deserves an award unless he's seeming to say, this guy's full of warts, but there's one reason we should give him an award, and we should not give awards because there's always warts on everybody. What the hell are you doing searching for rewards? What are you trying to give somebody a reward for? If nobody's worth an award, give nobody the award. He's doing the opposite. He's seeking to please man and not please God. I want to please God if it means only one person instead of 500 people. I appreciate your call, my friend. Let's go to Skokie. Hello, Will. I spend some time right around Skokie. All the time, actually, several times out of the year. Hello, Will. How are you, my friend? You're on AM 560 The Answer. Chris Crockett for Dan Proft.
Good morning. One of the problems with the Catholic Church is they go by the dogma as opposed to the scriptures. The scriptures are clear. It says,
yes.
If a man's blood is shed, by a man shall his blood be shed. So basically, if you murder somebody, you got to die. The only exception to that is accidental death, where the person who does it can flee to the cities of refuge. And it's kind of like there's small towns where you basically had to stay in that town for the rest of your life.
I think you're channeling in. I don't mean to be rude, but I think you're channeling in the Old Testament, whereas in the New Testament, that stuff was kind of pushed to the side when Jesus became the ultimate sacrifice. But I want to say this: in Romans 13,
the Bible does not contradict itself. The Bible does not contradict itself.
No, I know it doesn't. There's 66 books. There's 66 books, and not one contradicts anything. I know that. What I'm here to tell you is that when Jesus came and he died, a lot of the stuff in the Old Testament, the prophecy was fulfilled. So what you have in the New Testament is you have Paul writing in Romans 13:1, and he says, if you disobey the laws of the land, you have reason to fear. If you don't, you have no reason to fear. God put the government in charge, and God gave the government a sword for a reason. And so that you have every reason to fear if you disobey the laws of the land. So that's what I rest in with the New Testament, which supersedes. I don't want to say the New Testament is. Look, every day I read Psalms and I read Proverbs. They're just as rich and just as important. I'm in the middle of a study. I fill in for my Sunday school teaching class. I teach from time to time, about once a month, at First Baptist Dallas, where I go to church with Robert Jeffress, who's a good friend of President Trump's. And we're in the middle of Numbers now in Deuteronomy. Those are just as relevant. But fleeing to a city of refuge and stuff, that's not relevant to the New Testament and to modern times. So I'm not a scholar, but that's what I do know, my friend. Let's see. Do we have time for one more before we go to Chuck, guys? Or should we go to Chuck? You call it. Gents? Huh? Chuck it is. Chuck! In Delavan! At the home of Lake Lawn Lodge, where I vacationed as a kid. Go ahead, sir.
Everybody had the Doosterbacks on Sunday and see the D-Light Duo. Normally I do fun stuff, but I want to correct you. Paul Wayne is on the board of directors at Fox. He was the choice of Mitt Romney. He was a rhino. He hated Donald Trump so bad that when he was the congressman up here where I live, he sacrificed our country and would not give him the money for the border wall. So don't trust Fox.
We got 20 seconds.
They got rid of Tucker Carlson.
We got 15 seconds.
All right. You guys have a great weekend.
Thank you. I thought we had a lot of information going on at a big weekend in Lake Geneva, but that's okay. You got to say what you want to say. Hey, I will see you the next time. I'm coming up again in the near future, filling in for Dan again. This is Chris Crock, AM 560, The Answer, WIND, Chicago. Chicago's Morning Answer.
much time will he get? I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. Sentencing is this hour in federal court for Sean Diddy Combs, who has a message for the judge.
I ask you for mercy today, not only for my sake, but for the sake of my children.
That is in a letter the hip-hop star singer